Committee Room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, 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 sound. Committee Room 29. 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 Sound. Committee Room 29, 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 sound. Committee Room 29. 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 Sound. Committee Room 29, 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 Sound.
Has she confirmed live?
Okay, thank you, members. So that's us. We do have a quorum, and I now call the meeting to order. And this is the 64th meeting of the Committee for Communities. Can I remind anyone there in the public gallery that mobile phones must be turned off. Mobile tablet devices can be used, however, and can be used through a Wi-Fi connection, and all devices should be muted. Password details are available in the gallery for anyone wanting to connect to Assembly's Wi-Fi network, and no recordings or photographs may be taken. Can I remind members about the protocols regarding the use of electronic devices? Please switch all mobile devices to airplane mode and activate Wi-Fi connection. And please also use tablet devices discreetly in a way which does not interfere with proceedings, and be aware of the cameras when using your tablet device. I'd also like to remind members again about the sensitivity of the microphones, and to be conscious of that, and cameras on your laptop devices throughout the duration of the meeting. For any members joining via Zoom, can I ask you to be mindful of whether the camera on your device is able to pick up any other people or images in the background, and you may wish to blur your background, and please keep camera on while attending. So, agenda item 1, members' declaration of interest. I remind members of your responsibility to declare any interest in the items under discussion today. Kelly?
A member of the deaf community.
Yeah. Any other, Melissa?
Just charity, chairman for charity, these come to charity.
Yeah. I'm also a member of a charity. I have a private rental property from which I derive an income, rent, and I think that's, I'll just mention my private member's bill in relation to homelessness, just should that come up as well. Andy?
Charity trustee, chair, and private sector landlord.
Thank you. Morris?
Member of the Harry Gregg Foundation, Northwest Football League, Korean District League, and IFA Council.
Good, thank you, Morris. Yeah, is that it, members? Okay. Pam, were you?
Sounds like a CV.
I know, it doesn't. It's just like a tribute, nearly to all the things you're involved in. But
through the week.
I seen great documentary on George Best there during the week. Did you see that?
I did.
Okay.
Memories.
Yeah. Okay, members. So moving on then to agenda item 2, which is apologies. I think we're full house. Yeah, very full. Thank you. So, members, chair's business then, members. So I would like now a huge falch more to extend to Cathy Mason in joining the committee as deputy chair of the committee. And I know, Cathy, that you have a huge track record and an interest in many of the issues under discussion in this committee, so I've no doubt that you'll be a huge asset. So thank you for that. I'd also like to thank Nicola for the work that she did in this role. Again, very, very interested, very committed to many of the areas that the committee covers, and was a great asset to me in terms of deputy chair and picking up where necessary on that. Would members be content to be right to Nicola to thank her for her work on the committee and wish her well in the coming months? Yep. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, just to say welcome to Cathy, but absolutely to pass on our best wishes to Nicola on, as you say, I was expecting these twins, so wish her all the best. Yeah. Okay, so members then, you'll be aware that the committee held an informal meeting with members of the Westminster Social Security Advisory Committee. I understand it was very informative and a useful meeting. I appreciate Melissa and Kelly were in attendance, and do you want to feed anything back in relation to that meeting?
at this time, or?
I think what I've gleaned from it is they're important contact for us, and things that we need to raise, for instance, when it comes to the SLs and notification periods, that they can actually raise on our behalf within Westminster, but also I think they see us now as a sounding board that they can contact with regards to legislation or their considerations on upcoming legislation in relation to Northern Ireland's viewpoints. So that was quite important. It's also, I think, that relationship between the clerks and them would be very important to make sure that there's an open communication and dialogue there. But it certainly was very useful. It's a group that certainly review what the government is at and what they're up to, and it's a very worthwhile contact for ourselves.
Yeah, and actually I think the visit to the Oireachtas similarly could develop those communications north-south as well, so that is an interesting angle in relation to the meeting that you attended and the one that we're doing with the Oireachtas, Melissa.
Just on the same point, and I felt too that when they asked the question to what extent could we have an input, I would have thought that our own departments here in the north of Ireland are fairly well in touch of what it is that is needed here, but I pointed out then that I often wondered then to what extent that it was ever taken on board whenever it comes to Westminster and the likes of it, that whilst we would have the information and our departments have the information and they present it continuously, but it seems to be ignored.
Yep, okay, thank you. I think that's one to keep watching, but I want to thank members for that. I want then members just maybe to raise the concerns around the extent of reaction. There was a fairly strong reaction coming from the sector and in the media to the Minister's decision not to take forward a review of the surrender principle following the University of Stirling report. Based on the decision made at committee last week, we have written to the department requesting the rationale behind the decision to not review this when the recommendations included in 14, 15, 16 were so strong, inviting officials to brief the departmental response on the decision taken, and asking for a list of all the stakeholders engaged with prior to the decision being taken. So that letter issued in the last couple of days, and there are some clippings relating to this at items 6.15 and 6.16 of tabled correspondence papers. There's articles from Belfast Telegraph and BBC, but I just want to check if members have any comments in relation to that in the week since.
Just to say that I'm sure we've all been contacted by the emails that have been coming through from a lot of local people very concerned in each of our constituencies about the decision not to review the surrender principle. I just have to wonder, there hasn't been a wider consideration. It's only been made on one point, and as the Minister has said, he had consulted with Hospitality Ulster on this matter, but all of those smaller producers and small pubs that may or may not be members of Hospitality Ulster, I don't believe that their considerations or the economic impact has been considered. So I look forward to when the department are here in front of us to explain the decision-making process and how the economic impact on local producers and small pubs, non-Hospitality Ulster members, was taken into consideration.
I'm looking forward to the response as well, and I suppose even the sense of people who want to get into the hospitality industry but simply can't, so they're not a member of anything because there's that sort of fundamental barrier. So I think it is one that we should take a good look at. Go ahead, Melissa.
I just make the same point again too, that I remember the last time we talked on this, I'd emphasise just the impact that it has in particular in rural communities, because with so many pubs not closing and their licence then being bought up, we'll say, by the multinationals as such, it is having a serious impact in the rural areas. In the event of someone coming forward, or even where there's a demand or a requirement, we'll say, on the part of that community, we'll say, for a licensed premises, just to accommodate the social needs of the community.
Yeah, no, I recognise that myself from a very rural community. Mark, you were looking in there, please. Not hearing you yet, Mark. We'll give it another minute, don't worry.
Sorry, Chair, that the host wasn't allowing me to unmute myself.
Yep. Maybe
hello? Sorry, Chair, the host wasn't allowing me to unmute myself.
Maybe a very wise host, or maybe not. But
I was just, I don't disagree with anything that other members have said, but just that it had been remiss of me not to declare an interest in that particular item. Just my family have licensed premises.
Yep, thank you, Mark. That's noted. Okay, members, then moving on then to, as next week is Homeless Awareness Week, I would like to remind members that our committee meeting next week will be held in the Skenos Centre, followed by a tour of Hosford Community Homes, and I would appreciate your attendance if possible. The committee team will send through an information pack with arrangements in advance of the meeting. Actually, Kelly and myself yesterday attended a round table or a panel discussion yesterday in the Skenos Centre in relation to housing and private rented sector, and I was noting then that my first meeting as name, and I actually was in the Skenos Centre around the social work poverty strategy. So it's clearly a centre that does act as a hub for a lot of, and not just providing services, but generating ideas and discussion and debate. And I think it's a really great venue for our committee in that sense. So looking forward to seeing everyone there. Also, members, then we received an invitation and table papers at the start of October from the Minister, who is launching the New Foundations pilot programme, which is aiming to prevent young people leaving care from entering homelessness. The event will take place here in the Long Gallery on 1st of December at 5:30 p.m, and the invite has been extended to all members of the committee. This was for members' own RSVP, so I'm just raising this by way of a reminder. I do want to flag up this stage. I will have to be an apology. I think it's a great event. I'd have loved to be at it, but I'll not be able to make it on Monday. So I'd be delighted if any members are able to attend and maybe could feed back to us in relation to that. So thank you for that. Okay, members, moving on to draft minutes then from the meeting of 20th of November, which are page 7. Do members have any edits or amendments?
No.
Are members therefore content to agree the minutes of 20th of November as drafted?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item 5, matters arising. Members have been provided with a summary table of matters arising at page 20. We have received responses from the department on a few important matters. So can I ask members wish to have any comments or issues you wish to draw out, highlight or seek briefings on in relation to items 5.2 to 5.6, and can I just flag up that 5.4 is a response from the department in relation to the Irish Language Strategy Co-Design Group. So any items that members wish to flag up or comment on, Kelly?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's 5.3, it's the business plan regarding good relations. One of the things that's missing out of this, and I would like to have seen it a bit stronger, is the forward plan of what good relations is going to be. We've got listed all of the different other activity, third parties that are going to be involved in this, but I would like to have actually seen what the direction of funding would have been for good relations. It's very unclear at this stage what the objectives are. So if we could maybe write back to the department and ask them what the objectives they intend to achieve will be through this different funding and all of these different bodies and their work. My concern would be that we're going to go down the road of single identity funding again instead of actually bringing that cross-community and intra-community work. And while we're leaving it to other groups to do that, it's how are we achieving the outcomes? Yeah. How's that measurement being done? Because it looks like a lot of inputs and outputs doesn't look about outcomes. So this length of time after the amount of money that's been pumped into peace building here, I would like to see what the outcomes are. So I know they're talking about a plan there, but surely you'd be planning based on what has worked and what hasn't worked and taking that forward. So where's the measurement tools? How will they say that this is going to be effective?
Members content with that? I think that's an important one. In relation to 5.4 there, I think it would be useful if we could ask for regular updates around the cross-departmental working groups in relation to the strategies. And I suppose I'm just actually thinking there, given that the commissioners have now started in post, should we be thinking about asking the commissioners in to give them an opportunity to set out what their plans are? Would members be content that we do that? Yeah,
that would be really useful.
Yeah, okay. Anything else in that block there, 5.2 to 5.6 then, before we move on? So moving to items 5.7 to 5.11, are there any items within that? And I'm going to just flag briefly 5.11, a response from the department in relation to the review of the rate support grant, and contains a table setting out its response to each recommendation made in the review. So do members have any comments in relation to 5.11?
Yes. Through the chair, has that review been published yet?
I'm not entirely sure,
Not sure,
but I know
okay.
there's a.
It says
We can
published
check that.
September 2025 at the top of page 68.
It's just that, you know, it's so important just that, in particular for councils and so on, that are at that latter stage now of establishing the rates and so on, that they need certainty moving forward, and that the department needs to actually consult with councils as well. And I just wondered to what extent they have actually done that, and I'd appreciate maybe if there's some feedback just in relation to that as well.
To what extent has the department consulted with local councils in relation to these recommendations? Is that agreed okay?
Members agreed, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Has
Morris?
there ever been any feedback since the amalgamation of councils of how successful it has been or otherwise?
On the
amalgamation of the council?
the overall amalgamation? I'm not aware. If you want to request it, if members are content, we can certainly. Kelly might have some.
No, to be honest, in the last mandate and even earlier, I think in this one, we've had 10 years of the super councils now, and you're right, Morris, we've had no indicator to say whether or not it achieved the objectives of amalgamating them together, you know, at all. As far as I can see, apart from losing a few chief executives and building a lot of new buildings, what else have they achieved? You know, it'd be good to know compared to before and now. Now we know there's differences. Planning wasn't there with the councils, you know, but it is there now. But it would be good to see what's being achieved, good
Maybe-
and bad.
Maybe through you, Chair, even council by council.
Yeah.
But maybe that's asking too much.
Well, I suppose I'm wondering how they would review the legacy councils, how that dynamic. I think it almost needs to be an overview rather than so maybe there's a way of
It's the department has oversight of the councils.
Yeah.
So are they not doing that?
I think it's the department really that in the initial stage anyway. I think we can check
Anthony
back.
Cotton? I think it's Anthony Cotton in
Yeah.
the department. Yeah.
Shan has their hand up there.
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I would just agree. A review of the review of public administration, I think, would be really useful. And given that we are one full decade now past the amalgamation, I think that would be really useful. And coming from a constituency that has two council areas covered, and there were quite a few, both in the Causeway, Coast and Glens, and obviously the three legacy councils. I know from my workings there have been definitely tensions and issues, but it would be really useful, I think, for the department to do an overview of a review of public administration. So I would really support that. Even just a letter to the department to ask, are there any plans for a review of RPA would be really useful. Chair, I have another one that I want to come in on, if that's okay, under 5.8.
I'll come back to you on that. I think Andy's looking in
Yeah.
on this one. Just we'll conclude this discussion first.
Sure, just very quickly, and there was a review carried out by the department for the period 2015 to 2022, and it's on the DFC website, and it's looking at the reform on service delivery and cost effectiveness.
Yeah.
It was, many would categorise that as marking their own homework, but it is there, it's on the website.
Yeah. And yeah, so will members
Put that into the committee packs. But have I got an agreement in terms of asking the department for an update on
yeah.
the effectiveness of the review of public administration 10 years in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I add that, Chair, and whether there's any plans to have that independently evaluated?
Yep.
Yep. And just going back to the specific around the rate support grant, the correspondence we have there is referring to kind of yearly budgets, and we have the opportunity now for multi-year budgets, and I would like to see how that might impact. I'm also very conscious that some of the councils are very dependent on that, particularly more rural councils, but it will be interesting to find out how the JR decision announced last week following action by Mid-Ulster Council on the department, how that bears on the review and the outcomes. If members are content, we could are members content with that? We include that. Mark?
Also on that rate support grant piece, Chair, it's just I think notable or noteworthy that the department seems to accept all but one of the findings or recommendations in the review, and the one that isn't accepted is that there should be consideration given to developing and agreeing a minimum RSG allocation set over a multiple year period. And now you can see, and we'll talk it later when we're looking at the budget stuff, the department are bidding, I think, for 12.7 million for each of the next 3 years. Now the reality is that this year there was just over 3 million for rate support grant, which is nowhere near enough. I think we as a committee should be pushing the minister and the department, and we as a committee doing this ourselves as well, writing to the finance minister and the executive, seeking the ring fencing of rate support grant funding. I mean, the derating grant, there's a statutory duty on DFC to do it, so it's protected, but the rate support grant isn't, and it means when things have to be cut, it's there, and it's the poorer councils who suffer as a consequence.
Members content to read that? Clerk, you can add that?
Yep, both the Minister of Finance and to the Executive.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, sorry, to the Minister of for Communities, they urge him to be making this case as well, because I'm not sure where it is on his priorities.
Yeah, members content with that? Okay, anything else on that issue before we go back to Sean on a separate issue? Go ahead, Sean.
Thanks, Chair. It is 5.8 Job Start scheme. So obviously really delighted that that there's going to be a new scheme, but I think just some of the comments and information that have been passed to us through our engagement with organisations around the local growth fund and those who were previously funded. I'm just wondering if there is any way of us looking at, I suppose, the efficacy of the Job Start initiative in its entirety, and I'm wondering, can we maybe ask the department for data on the participation on the Job Start schemes and the outcomes with some of those starts, completions, sustained employment? I know that we had received some information previously, but I think it would be really useful to get that updated. And particularly around that sustained employment, and if there's a way of even having that broken down by geography and those equality categories, if and when they have the data. I just think that would be really useful for us in terms of looking at just how just I suppose the value for money around that Job Start scheme, if possible.
Okay, members content?
Yep.
Sorry, is that a written piece that Shan is looking, or if we could put in that too? Sorry, Chair, it's just the add on it, and it's a Job Start related query. If officials were coming in, I could ask them, but if it's written stuff we're looking for, I'll add it on. And that's around the exclusion of people from Job Start by virtue of them not being eligible for benefits, yet being economically inactive. I'm not sure this would be a massive amount of people. I'd be fairly sure it's small, but someone who by virtue of savings isn't eligible, but they aren't in employment, they have a disability, they can't get work, but they're locked out of this scheme to get them back into work because they aren't eligible for benefits due to their savings.
Members content we add that? Yeah. Okay, thank you, members. So, yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
And under 5.10, please.
Yep.
I know we're due to go to Dublin on the 17th of December, but I'm just wondering if there would be an opportunity while we're there to get an update, maybe like a verbal briefing from SEAI about the retrofit for the south. The plans and the actions that are happening there on retrofit for housing is incredible in the south. I visited Carlingford and met with a person in a retrofitted house. It was done by Louth County Council, and it was incredible. I know that our department and the housing executive have been looking at that, but to be honest, I think from the committee's point of view, it'd be worthwhile just to see what happens, what the costings are involved, how they're doing it, how they're decanting people. But it's that plan, and just to tease that out. So I'm not sure what time our meeting is in the Rectus, but if we could ask for this potentially before or after, it would be really useful.
Well, maybe you suggest that the clerk check what the practicalities
I'm not sure
might be.
it sits within our sister committee there. It's more community and rural.
Content
But
might not
I'll
be.
ask for information in any case.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Just trying to kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, no, good idea. And if it doesn't fit in neatly or whatever, maybe we'll look at is there another way to access the information? Or
Even online or something we could do it, but it would be really useful to see the whites of people's eyes when we're trying to find out the information. Yeah.
it would. Let's see where that takes us. Okay, thank you. Anything else, members, within that 5.7 to 5.11? Okay, just before I move on, actually, I'm going to have to move back. There's two items that I should have mentioned there in 5 point, that earlier section. Firstly, in relation to Fermanagh and Omagh Council coming back on another response on the anti-poverty strategy. Would members be content that the clerk and the team look at a way to manage that? There's going to be multiple councils coming in, that we maybe do a dedicated meeting, or we'd have to look at the format as how we manage all that information. So could members agree that we ask the clerk to look at that in terms of when we bring them all in, that we get the most out of that? And that actually then, and it's come up at the meeting here again today, there's a number of other issues that we're dealing with councils. I think we should consider sometime before next summer doing like a larger event with the councils to touch on a number of issues, maybe a long gallery, something like that there. Would members be content for now that the clerk starts examining how that might be done? Because there's so many issues and we're constantly, I think it'd be good to get an engagement with them on a range of issues. So if members are content with that. And the other thing to say, and this is relevant in a way as well, on 5.6, that the department's list of primary legislation. It's very clear, members, there's a serious amount of legislation coming to us quite late in the day. There's large items of legislation coming in May of next year. We're very conscious of the mandate, so I'm just flagging that at this stage, that we are going to have to really, and I think we will have to look at maybe a planning session around how we're going to manage the time to ensure that those bills get the scrutiny they require. So I'm just flagging that in general terms. At this point, we will have to look at how we're going to manage that. It's going to be a huge workload.
Chair, welcome to communities at the end of a mandate. It's chaos, as usual.
Okay, so I'll appreciate members' cooperation and working through that, but it will be a discussion among ourselves about how we do that. So appreciate that, members, and then I am moving on then to items 5.12 to 5.16. I will flag item 5.12 there is a response from the department in relation to the sign language bill deliberations, and advises that department officials will respond to committee queries and feedback during their oral briefing today and on 11th of December. So we have them coming here today. 5.13 is a response from the department in relation to social inclusion strategy timetables. The department has said that any final decision on timings and finalisation will be for the executive to decide. Now, I'm concerned about that again, and I know we have already written this, but I don't understand how the executive will decide that if they haven't received anything from the department. And I think we should write to the executive and ask them to comment on that correspondence in relation to their view of the timings of all of this. I think there's a kind of we're been bounced from pillar to post almost, and these are important strategies. So if members are content, I think we should write to the executive office again, asking for their view on that timing and who has responsibility. Just on that same point, Chair, just the considerations for the next step of the sexual orientation strategy. The equality strategy, everyone has responded to this. You know, the minister keeps saying like that that every response to this point was about considerations ahead of the next step. So can we ask the minister to outline clearly just what are those considerations prior to the next step as such? Yeah, what the so there's just considerations mentioned, so detail what the considerations are. Yeah. Members content with that?
Can I check that for each of them, or particularly for the sexual orientation
in particular,
strategy?
We'll say for the sexual orientation strategy.
The members are agreed, yeah.
Equality.
What are the particular considerations under review?
Yeah,
thank you.
5.14 then, members, is a response from the department in relation to the NI football fund stating an apology to members for any offence caused, citing that officials did not intend to obstruct the committee. So, Kelly.
I welcome that comment. However, when the department says that they've received pre-action protocol, I believe that it's not sub judice for this committee to the date for an actual hearing is not there. And I'm aware that under sub judice that doesn't apply. So it's just that the department, in not providing this committee with information, is actually breaching what it should be doing, and using, getting information about they've received pre-action protocol. So what? That's a letter that says this may be coming. It may never come. So it's a so what, I think that we need to go back to the department and say if there's anything that they haven't provided to us, irrespective of the pre-action protocol, it means nothing to give it back.
We followed up based on the advice last week.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
A bit of a tag onto what Kelly was saying there, though. The pre-application protocol letters came subsequently. What they're saying here is that because potential or possible legal action or recourse being taken by clubs was mentioned at committee, and it took them by surprise that they basically circled the wagons and were cautious in the information that they gave. I'm not really sure that's acceptable or logical. There'd already been it already been in the public discourse that some clubs might take legal action. This was very early. This was immediately after the minister's announcement, but this letter would suggest that the first consideration of the fact that there might be some legal action came when a member mentioned at that committee.
Yeah, noted, Mark. I think that's...
And then the subsequent pre-action protocol letters is used as justification for that position.
Yeah.
Could we maybe ask, to the department, just to ask when was the last time that officials received an update on how they deal with committees and about the sub judice rules? Because I am concerned there has been a changeover of staff. We appreciate that, but it's just to make sure that when we're writing to people and we're getting presentations from people, that they actually know the rules about what a committee is, our legal requirements, and how we're worked with, because it is unusual that we've been getting a few tense meetings with officials. That's, to be honest, doesn't need to be that way.
Yeah, no, it's not helpful, and it's more productive if officials are coming with a clear understanding of the expectations and the criteria and all of that. I think that's valid. Our members could that be right in that effect. Yeah. Thank you. Mark, then.
New hand?
Is that a new hand, Mark?
Yeah. That's my other hand. And obviously, it's been accepted, and we've discussed the fact that there's information that's been not forthcoming to us as a committee that really ought to have been. But I mean, the lack of information coming, not just to us as a committee, who should be privy to all the information, but even to the public. I discovered last week that out of the 56 FOI requests that have gone in about this process, only 6 have been answered. The other 50 have all been ruled out for various reasons.
Yeah, interesting. And I have to say, I've picked up on similar issues around, not necessarily to do with this issue, but there does seem to be an increasing issue around that FOI process, I have to say, where things that would appear to be very reasonable freedom of information requests are being just batted back. So I think that's one to watch, to be honest.
Is that something that we as a committee write then to the freedom of information part of our department, and ask them, just to clarify their understanding of FOI and how of all of the FOIs that have been received into the department, what percentage are being processed, and is there anything, perhaps, if people are putting in an FOI request that's not right and that's why it's being turned down, is there something that needs to be put onto the department's website to help people to submit an FOI properly? Is there clear information about what might allow a holder of information to decline that request? I think it should be, because I've
picked up in the last while? There seem to be increasing negative responses.
I just wonder, under the RHI recommendations, if it would be appropriate for a department to be, if somebody has put in a bad FOI request, but surely under transparency and the ability to scrutinise whether it's us or the public, they would welcome that. So anything they can do to improve that process.
Yep.
Can I just get clarification? We're asking the department itself about the numbers of FOIs that they're being received and
what percentage are being processed or being turned down.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd also be keen to see the trend on that, to see that over a period of maybe number of years, just to see is there a trend. Mark, that's your third hand, Mark.
Yeah, and also, Emer, with what justification is being used to turn them down. I know there's fairly limited reasons that can be used, but for example, one I'd put in on this particular subject was refused because it was deemed that it would take so much time and it would be so expensive. There's a cost limit of £600, is it? But say, for example, another 3 or 4 of those 56 FOI requests were seeking similar information. Even if mine would have taken that many hours and cost that much money, surely that could have been divided across the 4 requests, and it wouldn't. It's just a.
Understand.
Sorry, if there's nothing to see here, it's beginning to increasingly look like there's something to hide.
Yep.
Clear enough that members content? Yeah, okay. So the final one I want to flag members for, take members' views on any of those items, is item 5.15 there. It's a response to our correspondence to TransLink in relation to sign language bill and associated public transport accessibility. Are members content for TransLink to share this committee's correspondence with the Inclusive Mobility and Transport Advisory Committee, known as IMTAC? Members content with that? Yeah. Thank you. So members, items 5.11 to 5.17, are there any other, 5.12 to 5.16, any other issues members wish to flag up? Kelly?
Look, next week's December, and if organisations, it's 5.16, if organisations are to comply with redundancy rules, they'll be giving people notice, a 3-month warning on redundancy on the 31st of December. I know that, to be honest, I share the department's frustrations with the UK Shared Prosperity Fund and what it's going to be used for, and so on. The local growth fund is in the same category as that. But we're looking in the face of hundreds and hundreds of the community and voluntary sector being made redundant just after Christmas. Happy Christmas. Can we ask the department, do you have any idea, given their role with the community and voluntary sector, how many members of staff do they believe in the community and voluntary sector are going to be made redundant as a result of the endings or the lack of clarification regarding these programmes?
Yeah, that's certainly, and I also would wonder, are the department looking at providing any support funding or bridging funding in order to try to support those organisations as well? I think that's something that we should be. Melissa?
Just on the same point, note just that it is heavily skewed in favour of capital funding, and it will have a direct impact, we'll say, for many of the people just that you are talking about there, Kelly, in relation to sort of their jobs and the delivery of services and so on, which would actually fall into the category of revenue type projects as such. Yep. So it is a cause for concern.
And that's particularly relevant here where we have a heavy reliance. A lot of these sectors are delivering statutory services, and the absence of them delivering those will have a massive impact on the system, which will have to be picked up by someone somewhere.
Just to give you an example, and this was going back when John Speller was looking after us here, dear God, bought 30 minibuses for the community transport organisations across Northern Ireland, not one penny to run them. So it's wonderful having capital. You can build something and you can buy something, but if you don't have the people there to actually use it, then it's a bit of a false economy. So I agree with the frustrations from the department there. It's doing my head in, to be honest. We're a week before December and we still don't know what's happening. How are they supposed to apply? What's the process going to be? It's a mess.
Yeah, okay. Is he
yes,
content with that? Members content with that? Thank you. Okay, members, moving on to agenda item 6 then, correspondence. which is at the memo is at page 103. As usual, we'll proceed through the correspondence in bundles blocked together. I will intend to consider the items by chunk in terms of numbers and ask if members want to draw out any issues in relation to any of them. I'd like to draw members' attention to a number of invitations extended to members within correspondence, and should members wish to attend any of the events, to please RSVP individually. So just that's a general thing. There's quite a few in that bundle there. So do members have any comments then in relation to items 6.2 to 6.7? And if I could just flag that item 6.3 is a correspondence from the department in relation to the public consultation on the review of decent homes standards. Would members wish to schedule a briefing following that consultation? Yeah, members content. Thank you. Okay, members, 6.2 to 6.7 in correspondence. Do members wish to draw out any particular issues? No, members content there. Moving on then to item 6.8 to 6.13. And if I could flag item 6.9, which is correspondence to the Committee for the Economy on the RHA closure bill. Given the deadline set, a draft response has been drafted by committee staff and can be found at item 6.20 of the table papers. The response is due by the 1st of December. Should committee members have any comments or amendments, the team could seek an extension to that deadline in order for the draft to be brought back for further review. So do members have any feedback or comments in relation to the draft, or are there any amendments that members at this point wish to suggest to the draft that you received and tabled?
To be honest, because you're talking about the disability strategy, I haven't gone out to people that I would normally go to ask for their viewpoint because it was in confidence.
This is the draft response on the RHI bill
Yes,
from the
yes,
Economy
yes.
Committee.
No.
Yeah, I know what you're saying there, Kelly. Yeah. So
Just received
this RHI.
this week.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
I misheard. Sorry.
Okay, and the other one I want to flag is item 6.13, which is correspondence from Joseph Rowntree Foundation in relation to the launch of their Poverty NI report, in which they offer a briefing. I know Shan and I attended a round table in that report. There is important and interesting information, so I'm asking if members wish to schedule a briefing with Joseph Rowntree Foundation for a meeting in the new year sometime.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Members agreed on that. And then members, anything else you wish to raise in 6.8 to 6.13?
No.
Okay, then moving on to tabled papers, members, which are page 3 of your tabled papers. There's a further correspondence memo and some further items of correspondence, and those are 6.15 to 6.21. Item 6.17 is an invitation extended to me from the BBC for a pre-screen viewing of Titanic Sinks Tonight on the 8th of December. I'm thankful to the BBC for the invite, and I would be keen to attend that if members are content. Yeah. And item 6.19 there is an article published in The Guardian regarding systematic failures leading to carers allowance crisis. I know members have raised concerns about carers allowance going back to this issue, and previously we have asked DWP to consider a tapered policy. Do members wish to make any further comment in relation to that item of correspondence? Still, I'm sure the members' views that will be a much better way of doing that. Sian?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think this is something that we've talked about at length before. I was just wondering if the clerk could update us. Did we ever get responses back from DWP, particularly around the taper element, whether they had looked at any evidence or had any consideration of a tapered approach to carers' benefits?
We did receive a response and it was under consideration. They acknowledged that, and they acknowledged that they were looking at it. We did get a response back. I can put it in the pack again for members. It didn't.
I'm just wondering that on the
wasn't definitive.
Sorry, I'm just wondering
yes.
on the back of the most recent budget would now be a timely point for us to go back to them and say, given we're about obviously to go into our multi-year budgets, but is there anything that they is there any update basically, particularly with their new budget approach? Will they be considering a tapered approach to carers allowance?
Yeah, I think that's entirely valid. and for an update on those considerations that they said that they were carrying out. I think we should seek that. Okay, thank you, members. So items 6.15 to 6.21 then are tabled. Any other queries or issues members wish to raise? No?
Can I check are members content with the draft response to go back to the Committee for Economy? At 6.20.
Yeah, members content with that? Yep. Okay. Are members then otherwise content with the correspondence, the memos in the correspondence papers to be actioned? Yeah. Okay, members, thank you. That concludes correspondence, and then moving on to agenda item 7, which is an SR. It is SR/183, the Social Security Residence in an EEA State or Switzerland Amendment Regulations, NI 2025. A copy of the SR is at page 160. And can I remind members that the committee considered the SL1 at our meeting on the 11th of September, when we were content for the department to proceed to make the rule. Have members any objection to the rule?
No.
Therefore, can I ask formally that the Committee for Communities has considered SR/183, the Social Security Residence in an EEA State or Switzerland Amendment Regulations 2025, and has no objection to the rule, subject to the report from the Examiner of Statutory Rules. Are members agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Members, agenda item 8 is Police Ombudsman Retention and Disposal Schedule. This schedule was considered by the Committee for Justice at its meeting on 20th of November, and that committee, when members indicated that they were content with the schedule. A memo in relation to this approval can be found at page 169 of the meeting pack. Are members content to approve the schedule?
Yes.
Yep, thank you. And I think it's important just to state clearly that committees should be aware that rigour and that work in relation to theirs is for that committee to do, and that when those ones that aren't affected directly, communities, come to us, it's the final part of that process, not the more rigorous. But members are content to approve the schedule. Thank you. Agenda item 9 then is an update on the budget 2025-26 position and future years. So we're now receiving an oral briefing from the Department for Communities. Members, the papers for the agenda item is at pages 225 to 251 of the meeting pack. There was also correspondence received after the table pack issued, which the committee team emailed around to all of us yesterday afternoon, which do relate to this item. Can I now welcome the following officials to the meeting? So we have John Greer, who is Deputy Secretary, Corporate Services Group for the Department, Cathy Sands, who's Director of Finance within the Department, and Sherry Arnold, who's Director of Finance for the Department for the Communities. John, I think it's yourself, is it? Just making a brief opening statement, and then we'll move to questions from members. Okay. Thank you, John, and please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and committee members for the opportunity to update you on our budget position for 25-26 and future years. So following the executive agreement of the budget and the June monitoring outcome, the budget position amounted to 946.5 million of non-ring-fenced resource DEL. That included 184 million of earmarked departmental expenditure. There was also 265.3 million of capital DEL and 41.2 million of financial transactions capital. In terms of the June monitoring outcome, we received an allocation of 0.6 million for derating and 9 million capital allocation for new build social housing and a 14.5 million ring-fence non-cash resource allocation. It's important to the committee to reference that the 9 million of capital allocation for new build social housing was well short of the 62 million that we bid for, although while welcome, the 9 million only brought us to 1,135 units of build against the target of 2,500 homes to be built in this year. It's also important to note that at that time that need was recognised somewhat, and there was an agreement that DFC would have first call on 2 million of an allocation in December monitoring if it was available to go towards the SDHP programme. As I've already touched upon, while these were welcome, they did not recognise 50 million of non-ring-fenced resource bids. and as I said, the 9 million allocation against SGHP fell very short. You will be aware that we opened this financial year with significant pressures across the department, and we agreed that we would commit to our planned overcommitment of some 19 million. Given the pressure on the block, we have successfully managed that down and will bring in a balanced budget and are not seeking any additional resource DAEL in the December monitoring, and in fact there was no opportunity to bid for resource DAEL in the December monitoring. The December monitoring, obviously, given the pressure on the block, had an extreme focus on reduced requirements. So if I go to that first, we looked extensively across our budgets, particularly our capital budgets, to look at what could be returned to the centre to help with those pressures. And we submitted a number of earmarked reduced requirements totaling 49.2 million. That included 11.2 million of resource DAEL and 38 million of capital DAEL. Committee will be interested that the majority of that, as I've said, was earmarked reduced requirements, coming from casement, some 27.3 million, and 5 million from TNF. And obviously they are in respect of delays to the programmes for a number of reasons, which committee will be cited upon. We did use the opportunity in December monitoring, and we provided a briefing to committee on that, of making a bid for capital. We submitted bids totaling 70.1 million, one of which was a 2.4 million bid of non-cash funding to recognise requirements with regard to depreciation and impairment. We also submitting a £67.7 million bid for capital. That included 29.8 million for our social development housing programme. It is important to note that that does not take us to the full requirement of the 2,500 new starts this year. In collaboration with the Housing Executive and their collaboration with the housing associations, there is only the absorption capacity of 29.8 million into the social development housing programme. If we're successful in receiving that in the December monitoring round, that will bring us to 1,750 units in total being built this financial year. Again, some 750 short of the target, but it will take us to 210 million of a commitment for that. We also had put a bid in for 8.6 million for cladding safety. There has been an agreement with colleagues at DOF that when we assumed that responsibility that we would have first call on those monies. Other bids that we made related to disabled adaptations, decent homes and active communities. So if I move on to the future year budget exercise, so DOF commissioned a budget exercise, one of our first multi-year exercises covering 2026 to 2030. That was commissioned on the 30th of June and took forward resource funding for 3 years and capital funding for 4 years. And committee was supplied with a briefing on that on the 12th of November. Obviously the budget landed yesterday and we continued to work through the ramifications of that, and it is expected that the executive will convene in early December to consider and confirm the December monitoring round and the draft of future year's budgets. For this year's budget, the EQIA, we embarked on 12-week EQIA, launched a public consultation the 15th of May, which closed on the 7th of August. We received some 31 responses to that exercise. We're currently assessing those responses, and obviously the outcome of the December monitoring needs to be factored into that, and we will be publishing a final report following that. Obviously that's a very high level overview of this year and future year budget exercise, and obviously I'd be happy to take some questions, but if I may, before I do, I would just like to make one acknowledgement. Cherry Arnold, who you'll all be familiar with and who usually answers all of the tough questions and saves my bacon somewhat, has fortunately for us moving to another position within the department. It's a wonderful opportunity for Cherry. While I'm very sad to see her go, but I'm sure you will join me in recognising the incredible work that Cherry has led on during her time in this position. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and it's appreciate the information. Some of it did come very, very late in the day, and I suspect we'd have appreciated that a bit sooner, but it's clearly an issue of concern for the committee. I know we have asked you for further information on a number of smaller announcements. That correspondence is with you. Can you give us an update as to when we can expect more information in relation to some of those allocations and what the budget line is for them?
I would need to take that away and see, Chair, where that is, and come back to you on that in writing.
Okay, in relation to the benefit delivery and parity of funding, we have received correspondence. The Department confirms it requires recurrent funding for 5 to 700 benefit delivery posts to avoid parity failure with Britain. Yet only a 1-year non-recurrent allocation has been secured so far. So what precise contingency plan exists if the Executive cannot meet this requirement and the recurrent pressure from 2026 to 2030, and what assessment has been made of the financial penalties that might be incurred as a result of that?
Yeah, so I'll take that question. So yes, we got 16.9 million allocated for this year for benefit delivery funding to bring in 400 additional staff. Unfortunately, in the monitoring round, we've surrendered 9.4 million of that because of easements. Recruitment competition is end loaded in this financial year. We have had conversations with the Department of Finance on this, that this should never have been allocated as recurrent funding. If you're going to bring in staff, there's a permanent commitment to continue their salaries. The Department of Finance have said they are sympathetic with that and will support that in the Department's budget allocations for future years. And if that was not to be reallocated by the Executive, you would have to look at how you would handle on that, and that potentially would be stopping recruitment. It wouldn't be a scenario the Department would wish to be in, but we do see attrition levels of upwards of 5%. So it's something that possibly could be managed in years, but that would have catastrophic impacts in terms of benefit delivery and also to our ability to maintain parity.
Chair, if I could just add to that. So this situation has been persistent for a number of years, and it was actually extremely welcomed that we received the allocation to recruit 400 into the benefit delivery space, and we are working as hard as we can with the OF to stress the need for that to be recurrent funding. And as Chair said, if we don't receive that in recurrent funding, the deterioration of frontline services in our benefit delivery space will continue. We will all have seen the focus that was placed on welfare delivery and welfare reform in yesterday's budget, which obviously heightens the risk that at some stage, if we continue on a journey where we're moving further away from the policy intent and further away from parity, that we may incur financial penalties. But we have no specific way that we can, if you like, monetize or quantify what those penalties might look like at this time.
Okay. Thank you. The final one from me for now anyway is, and just to say that I am developing a members bill in relation to homelessness, but in relation to that homelessness budget and the prevention element of it in particular, so I think it's 74 million in homelessness, of which 37 million is currently going on temporary accommodation, 5.5 million is allocated for prevention. A relatively small sum, and one which I feel any uplift would make a significant difference. Are there any bids in or plans in to move more of the money into prevention to try to, get upstream and prevent people coming home homeless rather than needing expensive temporary accommodation?
Yes, Chair, there are bids in terms of the future year for strategic prevention, and they're going up quite significantly over the next number of years. So Minister took the decision this year to do a ring-fenced allocation within the Department of 2.5 million for strategic prevention, and in terms of our bids going forward for future years, they're significantly that's significantly increasing. It's actually gone up to about 11 million over the period of the 3 years.
I think that's a useful approach, because obviously the more we can put in there, the more we can almost invest to save, if you like, in that sense. So, okay, I'm going to come to members then. I'm going to come Kelly first of all.
Thank you very much, Jerry. I'm heartbroken after all these years. You'll be leaving us, the voice of reason on money.
I'm staying within the department.
But you'll not be here getting tortured by us. But, guys, thank you very much for the figures. I know that it has been a difficult time for you, given the fact that health and education just suck everything away. But the 1,135 new builds that will be achieved in 25-26 means that as the chair has mentioned there, the need for temporary accommodation costs are there. Whenever you're putting forward the bids for the capital money, is that argument made to the executive that in not giving the money or supporting the provision of the money for the new build programme, the housing supply strategy that they agreed, that the costs that they're actually creating are X amount, the £37 million for the temporary cost isn't all, but it's the fact there that we're missing, over 800 homes means that and this is going on. I looked at the forward plan over the years. If that amount of money is not achieved, the temporary accommodation costs are going to go up. So is that balance provided in that argument to finance?
Yeah. So in terms of our discussions that we would have with the DOAF officials and in terms of the conversations that will be ongoing within with our housing colleagues and NIHE, that's very much at the fore of it, that if we don't get the money directed into things like strategic prevention and for social housing, ultimately it has an impact on the resource need for temporary accommodation. So there's a number of schemes being looked at, and one of which is temporary accommodation for acquisition proposal that NIHE have, and that's currently in negotiations with the DOAF officials in terms of getting that over the line, and part of that is to enable resource savings. Obviously it will have a capital impact, but it has very substantial resource savings.
I'm thinking about that if the housing executive are needing to buy places to provide the temporary accommodation, like there's some of those student buildings that aren't actually now going ahead as student buildings in Belfast, so I'm imagining something like that. That's going to cost quite a lot of money. Is that cost for capital coming out of what potentially could be the new build budget, or is there a separate capital bid for that?
Separate requirements going in for all of that, so there will be a bid obviously for the social housing development programme, and then there are bids in terms of that space at looking at what the other options are, some of which will be temporary accommodation acquisition and proposals in and around leasing and trying to get better leases in place. And as I said, unfortunately they have a capital impact, but they have huge resource savings, so that is very much part of the conversations that's ongoing.
Okay. The next one I have, the anti-poverty strategy that's coming forward. To be honest, it talks about a retrofit programme that will be targeting vulnerable people who live in homes. But I'm looking at the figures going forward. The amount that's being put forward for the retrofit programme seems very, very low. Is there an opportunity to review or update that? When I'm looking here on where's my page going now? When it talks about the retrofit project, it's a very small amount. Is that table 5?
Table 5 of your briefing, Kelly?
Yeah, so page 16, table 5, or of our meeting packets 248. So it shows, for instance, where is it there? The Housing Association retrofit pilot, but I'm not seeing the same thing for housing executive or for any other homes. So it talks about 26-27, a bit of $1 million, 27-28, 6 million, 28-29, 9 million. I know that they have FTC that they've got for that. But I'm surprised there isn't anything more in there for sort of a national retrofit strategy, especially given the multi-year budget approach.
Can I come back to you on that? Because I would like to refer back to the business areas in terms of it and just get the proper detail of it.
Yeah. And some more in the reference, there are bids being made for the Affordable Warmth Programme as well, which is focusing on NIHE assets and addressing the efficiency of those properties with regard to heating and fuel poverty.
Yeah. I think, to be honest, we're on to a battle with nothing there, because some of those houses, to be honest, to be better pulled down and rebuilt in a better standard. But I'd be concerned if affordable warmth is only being targeted towards housing executive. I take it there will be options there for private homeowners.
Maybe that was in there.
Yeah, I think in terms of affordable warmth, I would like to go back, because there's a new business case coming from that, and they're looking at it right across the range. And I think some of the people that are working on the policy side of that would be better to answer that, Kelly, than me.
That would be handy, because I'm very keen to see that the affordable warmth happens as was planned elsewhere, that it's actually used if they sort out this, say, the cladding in walls or roof space insulation, and then it moves on to windows, and then it moves on to more thermal bridging, then that would actually take us to a better route. It would be useful if we could get more figures on what is planned ahead over the next number of years, And if it's not within communities, who else is looking at this? Is it coming through economy or anything like that? Because it just feels at the minute that the FTC for the housing associations and the money that's being allocated through the budget and capital is quite low.
That's your OBC in terms of the retrofit for the capital that you're talking about. So that's still being worked upon. So actually we've actually eased some of that in this financial year. So there would be bigger requirements as they get to OBC and obviously have that all worked through.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Kathy?
Thanks, Chair. Can I just ask, I know you mentioned in your presentation there about yesterday's announcement and that you will be looking at that, but surely you've had some sort of preempting of what's going to come down the line. Have you any readout of it, of what is the impact's going to be?
So just for absolute clarity on that, so we get no more notice than you or any other member of the public does?
No, but you know, you're bound to be preparing for what's possibly coming down the line. Have you any readout of what the impact's going to be?
We have readout from obviously the lifting of the two-child benefit cap and the effect that might have, both in terms of those families that are in poverty, with regard to how many people may be impacted upon that, and also any relationship it might have to the mitigations package. But there's a lot of dependencies in this, particularly in the mitigation space. So they're currently being worked on with our colleagues in our analytics division to be very precise about that. That work started yesterday and is ongoing, so we should have absolute specificity with regard to the numbers around that very, very soon. I will say, and I'm sure committee will appreciate, that specificity is absolutely required in this space. We have to be absolutely clear in terms of how we communicate that to members of the public and those in receipt of benefits and those that will be impacted by the changes that were announced yesterday.
Okay, thank you. I'm obviously new to this brief, but I've been, doing my own research and stuff around it, and what's very, very clear that British austerity has obviously caused shortfalls within the department. There's no doubt about that. But I'm just confused, I suppose, as to how funding is being prioritised. And in reading through the briefing and the information that you supplied, and you spoke about in your presentation as well, around like overcommitments around schemes like the affordable warmth scheme and things like that. Yet I'm seeing, and again, new to all this, like £1 million being spent on marching bands and things like that, whilst the Belfast fuel poverty, which I think cost around the same, was not able to be funded. It's just to get some clarity around how things are being prioritised, or how budgeting is being done and things like that.
Can I speak in terms of capital, because a couple of schemes you mentioned is capital. So I mean, in terms of our capital, we have to deal ultimately first of all with what is inescapable, contractually committed, and we're dealing with everything in terms of those and then Minister's priorities. And there's a scheme of work at the outset of the year in terms of that process and those allocations.
So you're saying there's inescapable, surely funding for marching bands is not an inescapable pressure that the department is facing, but you would imagine that fuel poverty would be.
We're dealing with everything in terms of Minister's priorities and our statutory commitments.
If I could, I think it's important that for the purpose of the committee we're very clear here. The department, while it has a very significant budget, as I spoke about, of some 900 million, the amount that's available for discretionary spending is actually relatively low, just above 15% when you take out our statutory obligations and what's inescapable and pre-committed. On the capital side in this year, the Minister has already committed a significant amount of his discretionary budget towards programmes like housing, and across the revenue side, as I said, he has a very small discretionary pot, and it is his decisions to fund his priorities that instruct and guide officials with regard to those allocations.
No, I appreciate that, and think it's very clear from across all departments, and ministers do need to make choices as to what they want to see, but I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Couple from me then. In terms of and you've mentioned there that there's a further allocation. It is welcome that there is a further allocation around house builds and that those numbers continue to rise, however they're not meeting the targets. Over the next 2 or 3 years, given we're now into a multi-year budgeting cycle, what's the trajectory looking like over the next number of years in terms of house starts?
So we and Kathy can provide more detail on the numbers here, but obviously for the last number of years we have not met our target on track. So essentially what we're creating is a backlog within SDHP that has been profiled into the 4 years of the future years budgeting exercise to put us on a track to meet the PFG commitment. So we have bid for that. And it is then for the executive to decide if that's something that they wish to allocate to take us to the PFG target. If you wish, I think Kathy might be able to talk about the profile that would get us there.
So John, you're absolutely right there. So in terms of the forward planning piece, there's about 244 million in for next year for 26-27, but that was on the basis of us delivering 2,000, which is the actual target that we have for this year. So the profile will probably need to be updated in terms of where we land for this year. So it's starting with 2,150 and it's building up each year by another 150 homes, and that profile and the requirement is there within the pack that you have been given.
And members will be aware that the outcome of the comprehensive spending review indicates that it's broadly a flat allocation in capital for the executive for the next 4 years.
Okay, thank you. And the final one then, in terms of sign language bill, what bids are in for the next number of years in relation to the sign language bill?
We'll need to go back to the specifics of the actual amount for it and come back to you on that.
Yeah, so we're currently dealing with the legislation, so I'd be keen to find out what's being planned in terms of resourcing that legislation. So I have Sian, then Andy, then Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if it's possible to get a current readout of the discretionary spend thus far in this financial year from the department. Just, I know that we get the figures in terms of what the department has spent, but I think it would be really useful, if possible, for us to see that in a specific I suppose a spreadsheet in itself that's just the discretionary spend that isn't linked to statutory. I would find that really helpful if possible, and maybe others know how to eke that out, but it would be helpful if possible. The other question I have then is around, it's been mentioned, so the minister had responded to me in May of this year saying that there were around 13,810 households affected by the 2-child limit. So I suppose given that the minister knew at that point in May, how will we be able to track and make sure that we have that money, that it's actually coming through? Do we have any inclination at all whether that's going to come through from the Treasury to mitigate in terms of those larger families who'll now become eligible for like benefit cap mitigation, that kind of thing? So I'm just wondering, how will that be funded? Do we have any inclination at the moment whether that'll come out of our budget or whether that'll be provided by Treasury? And is there a way that we can guarantee that discretionary support and other things like that will not be reduced as a result of that increased spend? Because that's where my real concern is at the minute.
Yeah.
Do we give one hand, take away with another?
Yeah. Yes, I'll take that question. So in relation to the two-child policy, we understand now that the number of children that aren't eligible in Northern Ireland is sitting at 17,600. The announcement yesterday would see those people being eligible. Obviously that could be impacted by those people on the benefit cap. Within Northern Ireland at the minute, obviously we mitigate the benefit cap. So it's something that will have to be considered. That would have an additional requirement for our welfare mitigations within Northern Ireland. We have advised our colleagues in DOF that we will be amending our bids in relation to that. The finer detail of what that will mean financially is being worked through. Everyone up to the benefit cap who would be eligible, the cost of that would be met by the UK government. And we will be amending our AME requirements for future years to take that into consideration.
Okay.
With regards to discretionary support, there is eligibility criteria around that for discretionary support grants and loans. So obviously that would still remain, and those eligible could still apply for that.
Okay, great. And then in terms of providing the committee with a breakdown of any discretionary spend that the department has had this financial year, would that be possible?
We had
response drafted. I think John's mentioned already, we're going to take that back and see where that's got to. Yeah. It's quite difficult to pull out and give a specific spreadsheet, because at this point in the year, we started the year with a 17 million overspend in terms of resource that we've been trying to manage this year through easements. And at this stage in the year, we have no non-ring fenced easements. Our budget is fully committed in line with Minister's priorities.
Okay.
But we'll see what we can provide.
We'll look at that. We'll look it up. But I think what we're saying, John, is at this very late stage of the financial year, the level of any discretionary funding that isn't already committed will be very, very low. But happy
I think
to take
even
that
just
away.
to get a bit of an overview, I think it would be really useful, because sometimes, and I will admit that this is maybe just me, I don't think it is, but it might be, when we see press releases coming out that the Minister has committed X amount of thousand to a project, it's very hard to know whether that's coming out of something that has been previously allocated, whether that's coming out of something that the Minister has been able to profile differently, or whether that is a discretionary spend. So it would be really useful, I think, for us just to get that overview of where, I suppose, where specific new projects that seem to be coming forward are coming from. I think that will be really useful for us to understand.
Yeah. It's, to be clear, it's a fuller explanation of the discretion that's already been applied, rather than the fact that there's no discretion left. That's the bit that we need. And by you saying there, Sherry, that there's a response drafted, is that with the Minister? Is that what you're saying, that that's with the Minister currently?
Well, we'll follow up on that. I'm not sure where that is at the minute.
Okay, well, where's it go to after it goes from you? Who's next?
Me.
And so
that's what I need to check. So
it's on your desk.
So it could be on my desk, and perhaps, or it could be the Minister's. I need to check where that is.
Very keen to find that out. Okay.
I suppose just to add as well too, we're putting processes in place to make sure that we give you going forward the line detail. So that is something that will come.
Okay,
brilliant, thank you. And thank you very much, Cherry, for all of your engagement with the committee, and all the very best with your new role.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Andy?
Thanks, Chair. Several of the points I had have been covered, but one particular one, John, you'd mentioned a bid for December monitoring is 29 million for social housing development programme. Obviously, the Minister made an announcement in the House recently there around the grant to housing associations. Will that be under the new grant level? I think that was a factor from the 1st of December 25, wasn't it? And if so, what will the outcome of that be? How many new units will we see as a result of that? And what engagement has been had with housing associations to factor that in around their private borrowing?
We take that, John. So from the perspective of the 29.8 million bid, in terms of my discussions with our housing officials and with the NIHE, they're assuring me that will deliver 1135 in terms of currently to date, and it will bring us then to 1750 at year end, and that should factor in the new changes in those rates. And as I understand that there have been conversations, I wouldn't be involved in that. Will be more in with the housing and the housing executive.
Yeah, but what I'm particularly interested in is how many new units will that deliver outside of what it ordinarily would have delivered if the Minister hasn't taken forward the change?
I wouldn't have those details to hand, but I could go back and ask for you.
Okay, appreciate that. That's me.
Thank you, Andy. Melissa?
Jasper, Olivia, Rhys, nice meeting with you again, and now, Sherry, you're actually leaving us as well, so but I wish you all the best in your new ventures too. Just in relation to the fraud bill and that's coming to the fore, I just wondered, has a cost-benefit analysis been carried out there in terms of what it might be saved as a result of this bill?
The UK government worked it out at 1.5 billion over the next 5-year period, which for Northern Ireland could be around about £45 million. In terms of the cost to take that forward, we haven't done any detailed analysis on that. I know there's additional powers with regards access and bank details. Some of that would provide our staff in the department with extra kind of tools whenever they're considering welfare fraud now, but there's been no costing yet of the requirements for that. We'll obviously have to look at
if there's any Barna consequentials coming associated with that. So that's something obviously we're progressing. We have a bid in the multi-year budget exercise for just over 9 million a year over the next 3 years to take forward additional fraud and error activities. It's more an extension of our existing business as usual. And in the budget yesterday, there was reference to us, the UK government working with the executive on that for us to be able to secure a share of the savings, which was a positive. That could bring tens of millions into Northern Ireland for investment in employment programmes or other supports. So that was actually good news yesterday in terms of that.
Just in addition to that, in relation to fraud and so on, I've often heard the statement made, and I'm sure you've heard it too, that big business through tax evasion and the likes of it would be more guilty of fraud, more so even than those that are in benefit. So I wonder to what extent has this been, we'll say, targeted at those who are on benefit and the likes of it, as opposed to big business and tax evasion?
It will support the department, obviously, in looking at fraud and error with regards to benefits.
Benefits?
Yes.
What about tax evasion?
I've only looked at it specifically from a departmental perspective, so it's a question I'll take away and come back on.
Although it's not within our remit in terms of that would be something for HMRC.
Different committee, yeah, that angle of it. But it is within the remit of this committee. It is clear that there is no hard and fast commitment to any savings. The savings you've outlined there, Sherry, are British Treasury. There's no commitment yet, although there are discussions.
Discussions ongoing, yeah.
Because we've asked some of your other counterparts in relation to that bill around that, and that would appear to be the case. Okay, so we're moving very briefly and swiftly on then to Maurice and Mark.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. It's something along the lines that Marissa had brought up there, and that's about tackling fraud and error. The Minister has a paper with the executive at the minute. What would be the cost to the department if that paper is not brought before the Assembly?
We're seeking to secure 9 million, just over 9 million per year, to deliver 45 million of savings annually going forward. We would be hoping that if we secured 50% of that, you're probably talking at least over 22 million a year going forwards. That could be reinvested.
But it is also important to note that our levels of fraud and error have historically been significantly lower than DWP. In the most recent figures, we are now higher than DWP. In yesterday's budget, there was a very clear focus on fraud and error prevention and so on, as a method of saving. This is in line with the business case that we have put to Treasury, that if we invest this 9 million, we have an ability to save money, and potentially they will share 50% of that savings with the executive. It's important to say the executive. The other risk here is that if we continue to move out of parity in terms of our rate of identifying fraud and error, then we may again incur penalties.
Just one final one. Look, from my point of view, fraud is fraud. Should it be money laundering? Should it be tax evasion? Should it be benefit fraud? It's still fraud. It's still a crime. And I think that the department's right to try and claw back as much money that has been fraudulently gained as possible. And can I wish you all the best when you move across the department to wherever you're going to.
Thank you. Yeah, and I agree that fraud should not be tolerated. However, I just want to be really clear here. So you've mentioned that 45 million figure a few times there, Sherry, but that's a notional figure. That may or may not, depending on whether that's actually right or the percentage that any percentage that the Treasury may agree or not agree. And even if in the best case scenario of achieving that is the level and achieving 50% return, you have a bid in for £9 million, which will potentially at the highest recover 13.5 million in excess of the 9 million spent.
Yes.
So that's the figure that potentially would be additional.
45 million to Treasury from the 9 million spent, of which we would hope to secure 50%.
You agree with me? That would equate to 13. If the agreement is done, that would be 13.5.
But our levels of fraud and error increased from 220 million last year to 350 million this year. So the cost if a financial penalty was levied could be significantly higher yet again.
I thought the Minister's approach to naming and shaming was going to reduce fraud. Can you explain why fraud's increasing?
Partly due to uprating of benefits, obviously, because it's based on our total benefits bill every year. But we have seen an increase in obviously our percentage of fraud. DWP over the last number of years have secured significant additional funding to invest. You've got the likes of universal credit, it's a digital benefit, it's been more susceptible to fraud. So the Minister has made a commitment, zero tolerance approach on fraud, but we haven't been equipped with the funding to secure and put in place the staff to be able to tackle this to the levels that we should.
Okay, thank you. Mark, briefly please.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the team. Sometimes we bemoan not getting enough information. I think that's certainly not the case here with this presentation. In terms of the housing and the new build monitoring round bid for 29 million, I know you weren't able to answer Andy's question as to how many new units that represented, but I think we can see here it goes from the current trajectory of 11,035 up to over 1,700, which seems to be a lot of bang for buck for 29 million. So would it be fair to say then that the cost of completion of these units has to be carried over and computed in next year's budget?
Yes, Mark, you're absolutely right. So in terms of the carry forward into 26-27, there's currently an assumption that it is 96 million, but I need to put on record that whenever we completed this exercise, it was on the basis that we were hopeful that we would get the full remit of funding that we required to deliver the 2,000 homes. So now that we're going to have to reassess that on the outcome of the December monitoring, so dependent upon what we actually get at December and what our total SHDP build is, that will then determine what our carry forward into future years.
Yeah, and it's in what actually constitutes a start, but that might be one more for the housing team than for yourselves. And then as regards to temporary accommodation acquisition by the housing executive, and Kelly had spoken there of potential buildings, but if my reading's correct, the housing executive will be initially looking at former housing executive properties. I'm just wondering if they're buying those 600 houses that they used to own, where is it foreseen that those currently living in and owning those properties end up going?
I don't think I'd be best placed probably to give you the answer on that, Mark. I think I would need to refer back to sort of NIHE colleagues in terms of it. But yes, it's an acquisition business case for 600 properties, primarily probably within some of their current sort of housing executive portfolio. The houses are currently owner occupied, and their intention is probably to buy some.
Yeah, so it's how the housing executive also avoids bidding wars with private speculators or developers who maybe want to buy those off the current occupiers or owners as well. And then finally, just in terms of rate support grant, to see there a bid for the next 3 years for 12 million, and I'd made this point earlier in committee. I know it isn't ring-fenced, and the department have rejected one of the recommendations of the review to set a minimum amount for rate support grant. But have there been any efforts made by the department with the Department of Finance, as opposed to have that ring-fenced at executive level? Because as the derating grant is, I know there's a statutory duty on the department, not even to pay it, but to act as a post box almost for it from finance. But when rate support grant isn't ring-fenced, it's usually the first to go or go down.
So, Mark, I can say I'm not aware of any discussions about ring fencing it, but I will probably reiterate what I have said previously. The rate support grant, while it is statutory in nature, the quantum of it is discretionary, and it's currently at 3.1 million. We have put forward the bid to DOF, and we have to wait on the outcome of the future year budget and what allocations that we will receive.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so listen, thank you, John and Kathy. Thank you very much. And Sherry in particular, I want to say thank you, given you're moving on. Thank you for your attendance at committee, and indeed at sessions outside of committee where you were providing information members in that sense. So I want to wish you all the very best in the time ahead. Thank you for your briefing this morning. We'll no doubt be back to that, and thank you for the information you've sent through. Good luck to you all. Members, I want to quickly pick up, if I can, there, and any further actions maybe arising from that. I was thinking, Mark, do you want to write to NIHE in relation to those 600 homes, just to see if we can get some information as to, you know, the current status of those tenancies or whatever?
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else members want to pick up on coming out of that? Go ahead, Kelly.
The only thing I'm worried about is, as Mark has raised, if the housing executive are buying back their own houses, are they actually in areas where need has been determined? So I know that was one of the concerns that was raised before, that the 600 homes, where are they going to be located? What's the priority areas? But if they're buying back, is that to infill, or is it to
Yeah, will areas of high need be prioritised for those, or how will they be prioritised and allocated? And
is the housing executive going out to the houses that have been purchased to offer to buy them back, or are they going onto the open market for this? It seems a bit.
Yeah, how are they even identifying the homes that may be purchasable? Members content we seek further information on that issue. Yeah.
Straight from the housing executive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Kathy.
Sure. Just on the point that you had made, around the £45 million figure, and how that actually translates to here, it's possibly something I've missed. It has already been discussed at the committee, but just to get more clarity on those figures, how that has been come to, and because it just wasn't clear to me there.
Yeah, how that figure has been calculated. So I think it's a backward extrapolation from the overall figure.
Yeah.
But I think we should see clarity on it, because it's been cited there as quite a firm figure. However, we're hearing that there's actually a lot of variables in relation to what that figure might or might not turn out to be.
Yeah.
So how that has been calculated, and in terms of
an error figure and the likely figure that would be returned to NI.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
If members are content.
I think
it's 50%, isn't it, that will be returned?
No, that's not. That's only still a discussion. That there's been no. That's being discussed.
Yeah.
There's no agreement on that, to my knowledge.
Did anyone ask about the discussions?
Yeah, it'd be useful. Sorry, through the chair, just to know how that figure has been arrived at.
Yeah.
Chair, can I just ask for clarification? Is this going to be come back as ring-fenced money for more fraud and error investigations, or is it just part of the money that goes into the block grant?
John said that. He said it would go to the executive.
That's what I thought. Just to make sure, because then the negotiations we haven't heard if they're bidding for ring fencing.
I would imagine in the first instance it's probably just a proportion, like in terms of the 45 million as well. That would be a sort of an average throughout the whole of the UK. And let's say if whatever the figure is that normally is spent in terms of social security and all the rest of it, here in the north we're making an assumption if it's let's say a 2% average for the rest of the UK, that'll be the case here as well.
Yeah, it seems like there seems to be a lot of guesswork in lots of it, yet there's a firm bid in it for a spend, so there is a wee concern about that.
Chair,
yeah, go ahead.
We're asking for any more clarity around the penalty issue as well, what that would entail.
Yeah, I think did we previously say we'd seek information on the penalty?
Yeah, I think we have in the follow-up to the fraud and error briefing, that the committee had, but I will double check that.
Yeah, I think it is important, Chair, but I think regardless of bandying about a figure, it's the right and proper thing to do, is to ensure you are tackling fraud and error, because that is the right thing to do.
I've no issue with that. It's around the benefit in such a tight fiscal space, I suppose, is a part of it. But I agree with you that fraud should not be tolerated. Certainly, no. It's around priorities and focus and all of that. Okay, members. So thank you for that, and we're moving on then to our next item, which is agenda item 10, and this is oral evidence on the draft anti-poverty strategy consultation. We are hearing today from the Women's Support Network, the NI Anti-Poverty Network, and Save the Children. So the briefing paper for the agenda item is at page 253 of the meeting pack, and I now welcome the following officials to the meeting: Can I just check his care and comment?
How are you?
So, hi is all. Hi. Oh. So, members, we're just checking. So we have Siobhan Harding from the Women's Support Network, Becca Bohr from the Anti-Poverty Network, and Rachel Benson to provide a lived experience perspective.
Perfect.
So thank you, all very welcome, delighted to see you and appreciate your attendance today. So Siobhan, can I ask you to make a brief opening statement?
Yes.
And then we'll get to questions from members. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Just get my glasses on.
Yeah, no problem at all. Take your time and get settled in.
Okay. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak to you today. And just before I begin my opening statement, I want to take a wee minute to recognise that the 2-child limit was scrapped yesterday and how important that is in terms of making a start on addressing the levels of child poverty here. It's testament to the work of campaigners who have been on this issue for quite some time. I've been involved in the Cliff Edge Coalition, and it's been one of our key asks for a long time. Also to commend the local politicians here for the benefit cap mitigation, which means that anybody that gets the benefit of the 2-child will get to keep it in full. So that's something I want to put on record as well. So I'm going to provide a little bit of an introduction about our engagement around the draft anti-poverty strategy consultation, and then I'll pass to Rachel to talk to you a wee bit about her lived experience and the experiences of the women that she worked with. So we wrote to the committee following the end of the consultation period for the draft anti-poverty strategy to highlight the results of our engagement work around the draft strategy. So Women's Support Network, the Northern Ireland Anti-Poverty Network, Save the Children Northern Ireland, and Dr. Ciara Fitzpatrick from Ulster University developed a toolkit to help people to engage with the consultation process. And what we found was that many of those who are most likely to be impacted by the contents of an anti-poverty strategy didn't know about the consultation or what was contained in the draft strategy. So the toolkit involved a simple 4-page explainer of the main points in the draft strategy, a short video which highlighted the community and voluntary sector concerns about the strategy, and some social media resources highlighting women's views on the strategy to help encourage engagement with the consultation. And we also developed a simple feedback form which asked 3 questions about the draft. So the first question we asked was, do you think what is in the draft anti-poverty strategy will make a difference to the financial hardship and poverty that you or the people and families you work with experience? 78% felt that the draft anti-poverty strategy would make no difference to the financial hardship and poverty that people experience. A further 15% reported they were unsure if it would make a difference, and only 7% felt that it would. The second question we asked was, how do you rate the draft strategy overall? 82% rated the draft as poor, a further 15% rated it as average, and only 3% rated it as good. The final question we asked respondents was to list some of the things that they felt should be included in an anti-poverty strategy that would make a difference to the financial hardship and poverty they were experiencing. And some of the things they suggested included extending free school meals to all pupils, bringing back the holiday hunger scheme, introducing a price cap on school uniform costs, increasing the school uniform grant, more support for essentials such as food, energy and childcare, ending the 5-week wait in universal credit, and increasing the value of social security benefits to actually meet the cost of essentials. So we have provided committee members with the results of this engagement, as well as many, many quotes from those with lived experience of poverty who have so much to add to this process. But it's best summarised by one woman with this damning indictment of the draft strategy. It all makes me very sad. I don't see any change for me in my situation, and I know a lot of people in my situation, and I just don't see any change for me out of this strategy. So before I hand over to Rachel, I just want to stress that we really want to see politicians work together on this strategy. It's a whole executive strategy, and all politicians and parties have a role to play in making it as effective as possible so that it can truly make a difference for those who are living in poverty in Northern Ireland. So I'm just going to pass to Rachel now to provide that vital lived experience, which must be systematically incorporated into the development, the implementation and the review of the anti-poverty strategy.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me. As Siobhan has said, my name is Rachel Benson, and I am a single mother of two, one with additional needs, and I work at Atlas Women's Centre in Lisburn. This is where I support women living in poverty with trauma and with mental health struggles daily. Okay, so I want to be clear from the start. Poverty is not about laziness or bad choices. It's about a system that is failing families who are doing everything that they can to survive. And I know this because I live it. I alone have to juggle work commitments, campaigning roles, current responsibilities, family life, maintaining the home, making sure the fridge is stocked, making sure the freezer is stocked, ensuring all of my son's appointments are attended, whether that's OT, community peds, PT, child services or orthoptics. I know I'm going on a bit here, but there's a point. Whilst also trying to meet the need of my youngest child, who is 5. There has been times I have had to do calculations of what I can afford and what I can't. So for example, adding up groceries on my phone and putting things back because I know there's actually only £16.92 in the bank. It happened to be twice this week. Choosing the most unhealthy items for my kids and myself because realistically they're the cheapest food items that you can buy. That's the truth. A punnet of strawberries should not cost more than a multi-pack of Freddos. That's unreal. The panic of growing children and more clothes to buy. Kids grow at a fast rate. You know, it's every 6 months you're having to replenish. The cost of the uniforms, I'm buying uniforms, not forgetting school shoes, PE kits, PE shoes, home shoes. Constantly saying no to the little things. So we're in the shop, we're in the jet garage. Can I have a Fanta and a twirl? Well, no, you can't. You can only have one thing, or maybe it's none. But all I want to do is say yes because my kids deserve yeses. The answer that I have been met with when I claim it's tough is work more hours. But how can I? Who's raising the kids? Who's taking on the appointments? Who's attending appointments? Who's paying for the childcare? I am trapped. I have felt burnt out and overstimulated. I'm a 34-year-old woman with my own health problems. I've carried trauma. I've carried so much pain and anxiety that it completely took over my life. I know what it's like to hide from society and sometimes even yourself. I have felt worthless and I have felt invisible. And I can honestly say, hand on my heart, what saved me was not the government, it was women. It was Atlas Women's Centre that gave me the air to breathe again, along with skills, confidence and hope. The women that I work with are facing the same battles every single day. There's a mother that I know personally working 20 hours a week, and after universal credit take back, heating, food and electric, she is still £300 short every month. This is a working woman. She's drowning. Not because she isn't working, but because this system punishes her for trying. And it's not just low paid workers. I know a single mother in East Belfast. She recently done a podcast for the State of Us with Tara Mills and Declan Lynch, so you can check all this verification. And she's a band 6 social worker, earning around 40 grand a year. And on paper that sounds like a good wage. But after tax, national insurance, she takes home about £2,730 per month. Her rent, where she lives in East Belfast, is £1,500 per month. The childcare for her 3 children would be around £1,800. That's £3,300 per month before she puts the heating on. Before she puts food on the table. Before she buys food, she pays for the gas, the electric, the petrol, the uniform, the sanitary products, the clothes that her kids are outgrowing every few months. She is already £570 in debt every month once she covers the basics. Well, when she covers everything, do you want to know what that total is? Between 1,600 and 2 grand short every single month. This is a band 6 social worker. So people on the podcast were writing comments underneath. Where's the dad? Where's Daddy? Daddy's dead. That's insulting. Do you know what I mean? In my situation, my kid's dad can't be around. That's out of my control. Everybody just doesn't have this dad. And all the responsibility falls on us. That's the reality. She works full-time in a road social services, right? Helping families in crisis. And this woman is in crisis herself. Like, how can that be possible in 2025? If I understand this, how does everybody else not understand this? It's simple logic. We don't want to be case studies. I feel like a case study. I'm brought in to give lived experience at the very end. Why? I'm an expert in this field. I live it. I work with it. Why am I a last minute thought? I actually want an answer for that. I want to know. This is what we would like to see, and I hope everybody's behind me here. We would like to see Stormont to take on a full-time lived experience panel so that we can have input from the very start rather than being that last minute thought. It's vital. So when we talk about poverty, please understand this. Please do. This is not about luxuries, it's about survival, folks. All we are asking for is the basics. The basics. Free school meals, including holidays. Caps on school uniform costs. An increased uniform grant. A welfare system that doesn't push families off a cliff edge. Support for parents caring for children with additional needs. And a system that lifts people up instead of pulling them under. So I want to end with this. Please do not let another generation grow up believing that they are worth nothing. Give our children the chance to live, not just survive. Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much, Rachel. That's a very heartfelt and a very, very accurate summation of what's happening out there. And I share your concern, I have to say, and I actually chaired the launch of the Anti-Poverty Network up in the Long Gallery here, and I made the point on that day, as I was coming in here, a box of Weetabix in one of the shops here had hit, I think, £5. That actually sounds, given inflation since, that actually sounds reasonable enough now. Yeah. On the day back in May, I thought that was shocking. But in addition to that, there was a label on it saying this store operate CCTV cameras on the Weetabix, which tells me people are stealing Weetabix to survive. Unreal. So I fully agree with you. That is horrendous. The impact of all of that and austerity or Brexit and all of that is really hitting home now. And actually, I really am concerned that people are not just not coping, but that I believe there's a huge debt time bomb out there. Oh, and that's what's really happening. People are just getting further and further into debt, and all of that's going to have to be addressed. So that's really useful for committee. Also agree with you in terms of the lived experience being essential. I've always had this view. It's absolutely where the knowledge, not only of the problems, but also of the solutions exist, and we should be actively looking at that. And this committee has been critical of the approach the department has taken in relation to lived experience, and that's going to be my first question before we come to members. So what I would like to know then is what engagement there's been with the Minister in regards to strengthening the strategy, because the committee have also indicated that we don't believe the strategy will achieve enough and will do enough in that sense. So what engagement has there been since, and do you believe the Minister has made any attempt to further co-design the strategy at this point, given that process was suspended prior to the first draft?
I mean, we're clearly waiting for the report, the consultation report, to come back in order to see what the input has been from the community volunteer, from everyone who has participated in that consultation. I mean, within the draft anti-poverty strategy, it was very clear that there should be a mechanism for engaging and embedding lived experience. And we have asked, what does that look like? And so I'm asking you guys as the committee to follow through on that. What does that mechanism look like? What is the department suggesting? We have no idea at this point. Obviously, we haven't seen an action plan either. So that, for me, is very important, because it can't, as Rachel said, be an afterthought. It can't just be a bunch of case studies. I get called by the media time and time again, go and give me someone who is going to be impacted by the 2-child limit, go and give me some. And it's like, hold on a second. We don't just want to be case studies. We need to be part and parcel of the process. And so there has been no indication whatsoever at this point, and I would love to hear if you have any
information about what that mechanism is going to look like. And it needs to be very clear. It needs to be transparent about what the criteria looks like to select people on those lived experience panels. We have to find out where is that coming from? Is it going to be run through government? Is it going to be outsourced to community volunteers? Like, what is it going to look like? And where's the spaces for actual consultation on even what that looks like. So in the briefing, we outlined just a few different models, what they did in Scotland, what we've done in the past here in the north. So there are different models out there for embedding lived experience. And so that's kind of one of the reasons we're here today is we want this scrutiny committee to really find out as much information and help influence what that'll look like.
Thank you. Okay, and before I come to members, I just want to acknowledge and pay tribute to the sector in relation to that two-child limit. A disgraceful policy in the first place, and absolutely ridiculous. But I know the sector has campaigned ferociously all along it. We have joined with you. I know just last week I met with a number of yourselves in relation to our party motion that was coming through, and even then you were still campaigning right up that on scrapping that cap. So well done on that, and I think that will certainly make a significant difference, and thank you. So I'm going to go now to our Deputy Chair, Cathy Mason. Go ahead, Cathy, please.
Thanks very much, Chair, and I just want to echo what the Chair has said there. Fair play to you all, because as always it's the community voice that has shown through here and all of the work that you guys have done. I think it would be remiss of me not to start just with a question around that two-child limit. We had heard previous analysis that the cost of mitigating the two-child limit would be in the region of around 70 million. So is it, in your view, then, that we can deduce from that this decision yesterday will mean an extra £70 million into the pockets of families here who need it the most?
Yes, we're hoping that that it'll be brought over here, and so that will all of that cost will be dealt with, so that all of the families here that are subject to the two-child limit will feel the benefit of that going. There are 1 in 10 children live in households here who are impacted by the two-child limit, so it's quite a substantial number of children. It's not just the children who are impacted by it, but it's all the children in that household. Yeah. So we've got 48,000 children living in households who are impacted by the two-child. So it will make a considerable difference to those families, and we hope that will be put in place here the same as everywhere else.
Thanks for that. Rachel, your presentation was absolutely fantastic. And something that struck out to me there was about the opportunities for your children, and your children deserve yes, and that I hope there's people listening to this that need to hear exactly what you said there. There was a number of things that you mentioned, and Siobhan, you mentioned about departments working together and things like that, and that's something I believe very strongly in as well. But you mentioned there about free school meals, about holiday hunger, about the school uniform grant. These are things that are not difficult decisions to take. We had an opportunity there with school uniforms. No. Unfortunately, we seem to have a minister who wants to appease grammar schools rather than actually tackle the root of the problem here. But we're still working on that. And childcare being more affordable. And I know that 15%, when those who are on universal credit, that 15%, we often hear back, well, 85% of it's paid for, it's covered. That 15% is still a barrier. Can you give us what it would mean to you if those relatively easy things like free school meals, holiday hunger was tackled, and school uniforms and childcare was affordable? What would that mean to you?
It would give you extra that you could actually buy those 2 items in the shop. You weren't looking for pre-loved clothes. You weren't saving literally all year round, every year for Christmases and birthdays. You're not relying on a credit card that realistically you can't afford. Do you know what I mean? It's not even for us. This is the wrong thing. It's for the kids. It shouldn't even be a question. It should be logic. This should be in place. It's in place in some of the other devolved nations. Why not here? Why is there no 30-hour free childcare here? That Band 6 social worker saves £1,800 a month. If that childcare was put in place here, that woman would have a completely different life. There shouldn't be questions around it. They know the answers. It's infuriating. There's reasons why, and I'm going to say something here, and I don't know the full ins and outs, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But think of the wages that ministers and MLAs are actually on, right? And when they come out, are they travelling? They get travel expenses, they get food expenses. Do they get free meals when they come to Stormont? Or subsidised meals? You know, why is there people at this level claiming back from public money when we can't feed our kids? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Nobody should be sitting on a high wage getting any subsidies from public money. Get that from Westminster. But if people here that are in positions like that claiming back expenses from public money and then refusing to feed its children, that's a serious question. That's something that really needs looked at. And that's something that I'm actually looking at the minute.
I mean, I think that other countries are doing bits and pieces around free school meals. Free school meals is really important in terms of setting kids up so that they're not disadvantaged whenever they go to school. England have introduced free school meals for people on universal credit. And I suppose, you know, we're looking at the position where we have none of that, and it would be great to see some progress around the free school meals.
And in fact, here, we're actually seeing a rise in the price of school meals as well.
Yeah, no, in the middle of a cost of living crisis.
I have to be brief, so I'm conscious of time as well. So
very briefly, and I know when talking about free school meals and uniform costs, there might be, oh well, that's the Department for Education. But I think it's really important that as a department that is heading up the scrutiny around the draft anti-poverty strategy and pushing it forward, that we take responsibility for anti-poverty measures. There are too many costs for families. The income is too low, whether it's free work or benefits, to pay for the costs. And the cost of the school day is drowning families. And so we have to figure out, we just have an investment from Westminster in our children. Can we use the wind in those sails to bring things forward and further invest, have Stormont further invest in our children and begin to plan the rollout of free school meals? To say, okay, schools, step up to the bat. You know, maybe the legislation I don't believe did go far enough. That said, schools can take upon their own bat. Like, we need to keep pushing and pushing and pushing for investment in our children.
Okay, listen, and we are, and that's absolutely valid. However, we are focusing today on the anti-poverty strategy because we're very keen to get that back out of the department as quickly as possible and as robust as possible, and that's a key priority. Sian, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you to our panel, Siobhan, Rachel and Becca. You know that I've met you quite a few times, and Rachel, you know that I was the youth worker for one of the children of that social worker, so I know firsthand the struggles that she had been through. One of the things that I am very conscious of is the media narrative, that scroungers, people Dawson, all of that. Do you think that the department has to do more to combat some of those narratives, particularly as you talk about a Band 6 social worker? What could this department, or what could this committee ask the department to do around those myths and around actually getting, I suppose, a different media narrative out there?
Speak to more people on the ground and listen to the feedback that we're given. We speak with ministers, MLAs on a monthly basis. We are reiterating this constantly. How are you not aware? You know, how are they not aware? You know, they know. Like, I'm just a woman here that is a community worker talking about lived experience. These people are trained in this. I shouldn't be answering those questions. They should be answering those questions for us. That's how I feel.
And I'll challenge it on that I'm just a woman or just a community worker.
Yeah. But that's what's
having met you on multiple occasions. I know that you're a force to be reckoned with and a force of nature. There's a couple of other quick things that I just wanted to ask there around what is your expectation from the department in the next 30 days? Now that the 2-child limit has been scrapped, so what are you expecting to see? And second of all, Siobhan, this might be something for you. Have you noticed around, again, it's around that media narrative, do we have people who are not claiming child benefit because of the communication around child benefit cap versus 2-child limit? Are we now going to see more people actually being able, you know, realizing that they can claim child benefit for all of their children? And do we have any figures, or do you know of any figures that would have led to any confusion of people not claiming what they're rightfully are owed?
Thanks, Shan. No, I don't have any figures, but we did hear a discussion on the radio yesterday, I think it was, where one of the presenters talked about the 2-child limit on child benefit. And the terminology around this is critically important. It's the 2-child limit, and talking about the 2-child benefit cap actually conflates 3 things: the 2-child limit, the benefit cap, and child benefit. So that has, at focus group sessions with women, we have heard a couple of examples where women thought that you couldn't get child benefit for more than 2 children. And that is because of the way that the terminology is used around all of this. And it's really dangerous to not get it right. There's so much confusion and the system is so complex. So there may well be people out there that still think that you can only get child benefit for 2 children. And we have to be really careful the way that we speak about it, particularly politicians and the media. But the terminology around the 2-child limit is widely incorrectly used.
Yeah. Even I've seen it even with presenters. And the third question I just have is around that full-time lived experience panel. I suppose, what would the criteria for selection look like? What would that engagement look like? And what would you want from that? And I suppose if there is a cross-departmental working group on this anti-poverty strategy, do you see is that a vehicle that a lived experience panel could feed into? Does that feel like it would be the right place for that? Is that possible?
Thanks, Sean, for that question. I think that wherever there is policy decisions about people, they should be at the table, and there should be some mechanism for that. So in particular for the anti-poverty strategy and for its implementation, its monitoring, etc., there should be something, I think, that goes alongside in terms of a mechanism for lived experience, whether it's a monthly panel or a panel through interviews, etc. And I think that the criteria, how people are selected, all of that has to be very, very transparent in a society like ours, to make sure that people understand how they're being, how that works. I think it's a no-brainer that the Department for Communities should set up some kind of lived experience panel for Social Security. I think that people who are in receipt of universal credit, there should be some form of consistent feedback from people who are themselves directly impacted by universal credit. Not just the advice providers, which is so important that there is an ongoing conversation between advice providers and the department. We know that already happens, but there isn't something that relates to people specifically. So how that is actually, how that committee is formed, that panel of people with lived experience, it could be people are selected through widely cast and that kind of thing. That can be kind of up to you guys in terms of what you would propose, but it seems mind-boggling that there isn't an ongoing conversation with people who are experts themselves because they're navigating the system. And then briefly on the media narrative, I was pretty upset about the media narrative around the two-child limit being scrapped, because again, I feel like there is a pitting of the working low-wage working poor, so to speak, and people in receipt of benefits. This is an overlapping group of people. The two-child limit and scrapping that is a massive investment in children. This department should be screaming from the rooftops that there's investment in our children and that we are going to try to tackle child poverty. And in the next 30 days, what I would like to see is the next 3 steps that this department's going to do in tackling child poverty. What else can you commit to? Can you give our children a proper Christmas present or holiday, Hanukkah present, whatever, a present for the new year that says, here are the 3 things that we're going to do. We're going to roll out the free school meals. We can't do it immediately. We don't have the funds, maybe, but here's the plan in the roadmap. What is the plan for reducing costs? What is the plan to mitigate the 5-week wait? How can we do that within the next while, so that come the 1st of April, when people are going to the two-child limit will be scrapped, there's actually a further investment in those children that is topped up by Stormont. That's what we would like to say.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point. On the lived experience panel, I think a number of years ago I came across an example where the Scottish Government had a panel of 1,000 carers who they were constantly in touch with, just on phone messaging. But it is the people, and given the amount of churn there is in universal credit and all of that, and problems that we have raised and went back to committee and then come back to the department, found there's still problems, you could do away with all that filtering and just hear directly from the people who are being impacted and react that much quicker. Right. In terms of the narrative, I have to say one of the things I was very disappointed on the day of the launch of the draft anti-poverty strategy was the Minister's reference to giving people the tools to get themselves out of poverty. And I thought that was ill-judged in the sense that if what has you in poverty are structural and systemic barriers, you don't need a hammer, you need a door. And this is the building, and between here and British government treasury spending, that's where the doors need to be created to allow people through the barriers. So I think narrative is really important in terms of the understanding. But thank you for that. Maurice then, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'll be brief. Thanks very much for your presentation, and I welcome the removal of the two-child limit. And I'm also, I think I would be right in saying, Chair, that will be replicated over here as a matter of form. But April's quite a time away. And what do you think we as a committee should be pressurising? In your opinion, what are your top 5 asks? Would it be free school meals, holiday hunger, 5-week wait, universal credit, or the rent cap, or support for low-income workers? What would you feel we should, as a committee, should concentrate on to help from now until this kicks in April?
Well, I think a lot of the feedback that came through from our conversations with people on the draft anti-poverty strategy was around the cost of the school day. So there's a lot around that, whether it's free school meals, help with school uniforms, all the additional costs that come with the school day. But as well as the cost of the school day, childcare was another issue that constantly came up, and then the rising cost of food. We know that inflation is at a certain level, but food inflation is even higher. And so we're hearing all the time about the stretch on the family budgets in order to afford food. So those are the struggles that families are experiencing day and daily. So it's the basics, it's the food, it's the cost of the school day, and issues like childcare. So those would be the things that we would rank kind of top in terms of providing some hope that there's help coming in those areas.
Thank you very much.
You
gives us a kind of a guidance where we should focus.
Absolutely. Well, listen, thank you very much. Really appreciate that update. There's some important ideas raised there that we will come back and have a look at. But for now, I want to acknowledge the work that you continue to do, and please do continue that. Please do keep in touch with us, and we will continue as a committee, I think, to commit to trying to ensure that this draft anti-poverty strategy is got strengthened and brought forward as quickly as possible. Becca.
Do you have any information about when the report might be, the consultation report might be released or available?
There was some discussion around potentially the end of this financial year, which I think is I don't understand how it's taken that long. We don't have full clarity on that, but that's the only indication we have at this stage. But I think it's something we have already, or we can today ask for further clarity on the date, because we weren't happy with what we heard previously.
So with last update was the end of the financial year.
Right. So within the department said there would be the action plan would be forthcoming, and some of the specificities around things like the mechanism for embedding lived experience were so broad that we couldn't even respond to really. And so those are some things that even if we don't have the full picture, at least some guidance on that would be useful for us in order to engage.
That's very useful. Thank you, and we'll pick up on that.
Thank you.
Listen, thank you all today. Good luck, and thank you
very much.
All the best. Yep.
Oh, sorry,
Sean. You're all right. No worries. So, members, then, in terms of follow-up action, so I think Becca has just touched on that. A request to the department as to when the action plan, and because there has been talk that action plan is being drafted, when we'll have sight of the action plan and what the mechanism that the department are working for, looking at in terms of lived experience. Our members content with that information. Kelly?
To be honest, it's a bit like when we're talking about the sign language bill and different things. The action plan will be an action plan for the Department for Communities. It would be, we need the clarification. A lot was talked there about schools, school meals, school uniforms, the other costs of school. unless the Department for Communities is collating the information from all the other departments of what the actions are that are taking place to contribute to removing poverty, the reports will be a waste of time. So it's just to get clarification of, are they going to, when they're reporting, ensure that the other departments are contributing what they're doing?
Relevant to that, then, we have asked for an update for a briefing on the strategy in open session. The department have gone back and offered a closed briefing session as a result of that. The other departments, I think, is the basis upon which they're asking closed. Would members be content that we get the briefing and get that info, because I think that those strands are important?
We went back on foot of that offer already and said we'd prefer it in open session.
Yeah. So what's members' views on that? Preferred in open session?
I can understand if the Minister hasn't released the strategy yet, then they're going to ask for it in closed session for that, but I'd prefer it in open session.
And potentially what we could do is look at what information needs to be strictly enclosed and then everything else is in open. But Sian?
Yeah, I would be I'd be wary of it going into closed. I think that this is something that has been I suppose the feedback is that we need more transparency, and I think that is really important, particularly for those groups who are really dependent on this strategy. I do understand that it hasn't been released yet, but I do think there's an importance to this being public and transparent. Another thing I was just going to ask, Chair, is whether we can write to the department on the back of that and just ask about what are the next steps immediately. I know that we have heard from John and Cherry earlier on about we don't know the full financial implications of the budget yesterday, but I do think that now that we know that it's being scrapped, what are the department doing in the next 30 days and the next, even before, I think the end of the financial year is 4 or 5 months is a very, very long time. What can be done? And I think that is backing up what Morris had said there. So if we could write the department and ask what they're doing. And the second thing then is just around the media strategy that the department's going to employ as well. And I think that has been something that's been fed back to me, particularly around that conflation of the three: the benefit cap, the 2-child limit and child benefit. So I'm just wondering if there is any sort of a comms plan from the department to counteract that.
Members content with those elements? Cathy?
Just to get clarity, did they say why they wanted it in closed session? What the rationale was?
That they were still collating the individual departmental inputs that Kelly has referred to, and that hasn't gone back to those officials in those departments.
Right, okay.
So that they have knowledge and inputs that haven't yet been agreed by everybody.
So would it be that if part of it needs to be in closed session for that we could...
It is an option. It's trickier to manage, but it's for members to decide. Previously, members have decided that they wanted to wait until it could be an open session.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Could they not complete that work with the departments and then come and brief openly? Because
and we've asked for the earliest possible date that would be possible.
I think that might be the best approach then, to keep it. Yeah, to get that. If members are content.
I just think that we'll get that the week after the Minister launches it. Just don't know whether we'll get it in advance to be able to scrutinise.
Well, can we ask them then when they anticipate that they can have that work completed to do a session in open session with the committee, and we'll come back to it then. Once we get that response, come back to.
So when the work will be completed and when we could have the session in open and prior to ministerial launch in open session, okay?
And this is as much about working with the department as it is about scrutiny.
And being able to reflect some of the things that we hear in committee sessions and some of the important feedback. Cathy?
Just on another point, and it's around what Kelly had mentioned there. It's actually kind of flipping it on its head. There's a lot of decisions being made within other departments, the holiday hunger stuff, the school uniform stuff, the childcare stuff. It's more about what engagement is this minister having, is this department having with those other departments when they're making those decisions, if any, because it clearly impacts upon the anti-poverty strategy and our communities here. Like we've heard it straight from them today.
My frustration is that communities will always say that they can't compel another department to do anything. but the decisions that are being made are flying in the face of what the objectives are.
Absolutely, like there has to be some sort of cross-departmental working.
There is a cross-departmental working group, so just for your information, and committee have heard updates on the work of that group.
Would it be useful to get an update then on those specific items in terms of, given the recent increase in the school meals, so in terms of holiday hunger, the school uniforms and the childcare strategy that we're waiting on?
Yep, so free school meals, holiday hunger, school uniforms and the school uniform grant, the 5-week wait and childcare strategy.
Get an update specifically on those.
On the community's input on that?
Yeah.
Could I ask Chair then, if we think about this, you know the way where the Chair's liaison group is doing work on the SLs, and the template of the information that's to be provided to committees is being updated to consider children and children's needs. I'm just wondering if we can ask the question, in the action plan, for instance, or the strategy, is there a requirement going to be made that departments in taking and making decisions have to have consideration for the key priorities in the programme for government, and to prove how they are meeting those and what actions they're taking to deliver? Is that part of the report that we maybe would be asking communities to introduce at a departmental level that would help with their monitoring? It means then if somebody's taking a decision about holiday hungry payments, that they have to first go, well, they can say, well, we can't afford that, but this is part of child poverty, so actually it's a priority and programme for government,
So asking the Department for Communities what requirements they're setting for the other departments in relation to the anti-poverty piece of the work.
Make sure that this is happening. I know they can't compel them to do things, but at least if they force them to have to consider it at decision making, it's a bit like doing an equality impact assessment. If they have to do that.
I am not sure what we're asking. We're asking specifically the Department for Communities.
Yes, in their anti-poverty strategy, are they going to require the reporting mechanism to include the other departments when they're making decisions to have consideration for anti-poverty objectives or to deliver the outcomes? Because I don't think they do.
Fair for you, Clerk. Yep. Members content? Yep. Okay, members, thank you. We're going to need to keep moving on then. I'll take a quick break after this briefing session, but for now I would like to move on to agenda item 11, which is a sign language bill oral briefing from the department. The papers for the agenda item start at page 31 of the table pack. A copy of committee requests for clarification and amendments to clauses 1 to 4 can also be found there in the table pack. So now I'd like to welcome the following officials to the meeting. So we're joined by Ian Greenway, who is Sign Language Policy and Legislation Branch in the Department for Communities, Tommy McCauley in the Sign Language Policy and Legislation Branch, and Gerard Flynn, Sign Language Policy and Legislation Branch. So Ian, I think it's maybe yourself that we're going back to for initial comments, and then we'll come to queries from members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for the opportunity to support your deliberations on the Sign Language Bill. I will keep these opening remarks short to provide as much opportunity as possible for discussion of any issues the Committee wishes to raise, but I can provide a brief update on other work streams the Department is taking forward in parallel with its work on the bill. We are continuing to work on a first draft of a DFC Sign Language Action Plan, SLAP, which the bill requires prescribed organisations to draft. The Department intends to share this with the Sign Language Partnership Group for assessment. The SLAPs will be informed by the best practice guidance, which we are also developing, but the Department's having a go first on these to provide templates and so on. The guidance will of course reflect the final act. However, we are working off an initial draft template for the guidance, which will be subject to change as provisions may change. We are in the process of finalising a first draft of the best practice with a form of words for inclusion within the guidance to guide prescribed organisations in their considerations of duties under Clause 3, providing access to information and services. A draft will be forwarded to the committee next week, along with information on costs, a draft list of prescribed organisations, and information on regulations around interpreters. We continue to work on a refresh of the Sign Language Framework / strategy. and await the appointment of a new signing member of the staff to expedite this work through a series of engagements with the deaf community, in parallel with the work we are progressing with deaf organisations and colleagues across other executive departments. This will ensure a co-design approach, not only identifying key outcomes and actions, and further developing the infrastructure of support to deliver on statutory duty of prescribed organisations and to outline action to promote BSL and ISL. We are also engaging with the deaf-blind community as part of this work to ensure the infrastructure of support that community requires is included within the framework. This includes discussions on the defining of responsibility between mobility and communication access. In addition, we are looking at training standards and co-production to develop structured qualification routes and continuing professional development in deaf-blind communication and tactile interpreting. Therefore, as you will see, we are engaged in an ambitious body of work to further develop the infrastructure of support necessary to deliver on the intent of this bill. And we are, of course, happy to take all and any questions from members.
Okay, thanks, Ian. So first of all from me then is, you've indicated already that you're looking at amending some clauses in the bill, including clause 3, brackets 3, age of children, and 4, brackets 5, regarding resolution for adding and removing organisations from the list, where you state your content in principle. Can you indicate when we will see the proposed text of those amendments? Because we can't really consider those fully until we've seen how you're phrasing that. We'll need to see that for our informal clause by clause after Christmas recess. And we can't take a position really until we see the... So when are we going to see these amendments?
We need, as you'll appreciate, to work with the legislative drafters with the Minister, and indeed any amendments will formally be executive amendments, not our Minister's amendments. So I think we're playing in a little bit of drafting and giving you indicative material. We're not in a position, we won't be in a position to give you final material because everything has to take its place. But we would intend to come with, I think we're due before you again on the 11th of December. We would intend to come forward with clarity of position and intent at that stage on the areas of the bill you've reached. I recognise we're all working in parallel on this.
That's very late in the day. Like, I'm really concerned about that, I have to say, because you flagged up from quite a period of time ago that you were content to look at these. It's really disappointing that we don't have the text in front of us to give those full consideration. Yes.
That's not in my gift, as you'll appreciate, and as I say, to an extent, it's not either in my Minister's gift, because they would be executive amendments, not my Minister's amendments either. So, but this has been well-trodden ground on other bills and committee stages, I'm sure.
Why would the executive be amending?
It's an executive bill. Any material coming to the chamber, it's an executive bill, not a departmental bill. Anything washes through the executive.
All bills are executive bills?
Unless they're private members' bills.
But that is never, like, so I've engaged in a number of bills in my time in health, and I've never heard this being used as a reason to not bring forward text of amendments.
I'm not giving it as an impediment. I'm just saying, but that's my understanding of the position, Jared. That all bills are executive
in
bills.
respect to this issue, and particularly within the age, then that has some pertinent issues within the executive, because what we went up to the executive in the first instance was a lower age. So there's cost implications in respect to, if you're looking at putting the age up to 25, that's what we're discussing here. There's cost implications to that. So the executive needs to, we need to go to the executive and say, we went to these originally with a cost of 16, 25 will extend the cost on this, and we need the executive approval to say that for that, because of the cost element. Other elements within the bill, we wouldn't need to run to the executive to in every element, but on this particular element, because we originally told the executive that it would be 19, sorry. Now we're looking at going up to 25. So that is that we have to form the executive. We want to move to the 25 area.
Given it's quite a period of time ago since you agreed that was something, I take it, or can you tell me, is that drafted, and is the draft with the executive for consideration at this stage?
We haven't approached the drafter on that. We have a number of issues that we'll put the draftments for. There's a number of issues that the committee have raised. Yeah. So we'll go with a bundle to the draftsman, and we'll go with a bundle then to the Minister on proposed amendments that you have put forward, or even something that we may have identified that would improve the bill, and we'll bring that straight to the committee as soon as we have them.
And you're going to draft that, bring that to the executive and bring it back here by the 11th?
No, we'll not be bringing that back to the executive by the 11th on that. But in the principle of moving to 25, that's agreed. But we won't be able to return that round by the 11th to the executive. But if we're looking at to go into a specific question of 25, we'll have to inform the executive and get their approval on that.
I'm using that as an example. You're right, there are a number, and we have a number of concerns with the number, to be honest. They're all the same concern. Kelly?
You have lost me completely here as to what the difficulty is on this, because in that, clause 2.3, it talks about here, children or persons under the age of 19, which we're hoping will go up to 25. But in just above that, so without prejudice, the Department of Communities, through making or entering into arrangements for assuring the availability of classes, and then it goes on to say in 2B, for deaf children and their close families, guardians and carers. So putting up to 25 has no difference on this.
Well, it means that if someone was 19 and they could continue up to the age of 25.
They can be close families, guardians and carers. That's any age.
So I think, I'll come back to specific in a minute if I may, Kelly, but to take the chair's point, the drafting, if there was agreement to change that to 25 or indeed any other number, there isn't a drafting challenge in that particular point. It doesn't affect the drafting and the way there's cross-references between clauses in the bill, etc. That one is pretty clear. Our estimate is that increasing that from 19 to 25 will add £250,000 a year to the cost of sign classes, to the Exchequer if they're free classes.
No, to who? The
because
it's not other departments.
The children, their close families, guardians and carers will be for all children under 25 years old. So there's another 6 years of people, so to speak, who will fall into that category for the definition of this element of the bill.
I'm sorry, I don't understand where this nonsense is coming from, because it says very clearly in 2.2b that the classes will be provided for deaf children and their close families, guardians and carers.
Yes. And then it defines deaf children.
You're saying that's only for under 25-year-olds?
No, so it's saying, with respect, I don't think we're trying to give you nonsense, and I'm certainly not trying to give you nonsense. It says who can access these classes in this particular subclause. And it says they are for the person themselves and people connected with that person. And then it defines the person, the key individual who is the key to the access for all those supporting people, to be under, in the current draft, under 19 years of age. So if I'm 23 and I'm deaf, my parents, close family, guardians and carers cannot access. If we increase that to 25 and I'm still 23, my close family, guardian and carers, so there is additional people who can access the classes. If the presumption is they are to be free at the point of use, that is additional cost to the public purse. And Gerard is right, that then, because it has a financial implication, will have to be washed through various parts of government.
It's a change to the original policy intent that was cleared by the executive.
It only says here the department.
Yeah, the department. Yeah, the department is leading on the legislation, but it is in essence cost cutting because it affects all departments. And you'll find also within departments such as health and social care, education, that, for example, Sure Start is an early years intervention that may have ramifications there with regards to costs. So it is prudent upon us to bring it back for Minister and to seek executive approval to the change in policy intent. Excuse me.
If all of these stages had to be added in, I've never heard tell of this before, if all of these had to be added in and you were aware of that, why have you not that completed and have it in front? Because this committee can only consider what we have in front of it, not general discussions around principle. Bearing in mind, you've also said that you were minded to look at the 4(5) regarding resolution for adding and removing organisations from the list. Can I clarify if that one is going to the department or if that one is drafted, that potential amendment?
As Tommy said, that we have not gone to the draftsman. We would intend to go to the draftsman with a bundle of material, and we are to an extent working in parallel here. You are working your way through. You have not yet got to your formal clause by clause. We have not yet formally had the committee's position on various matters. We are engaged in a dialogue where we're exploring a whole series of issues. We are not we do not want to go backs and forwards all the time with the draft to changing this and that, or with that changes that cross-reference over there, etc. We need to keep coherence to the overall bill as well as the specific provisions.
Yeah. And we have been in touch periodically with OLC with regards the issues that the committee has raised. Our view was that during or close to the end of deliberations, there would be a list of potential amendments that could be dealt with in one go, rather than the piecemeal of us every time we attend the committee taking away a potential amendment. And
so we were seeking to facilitate early response by yourselves by feeding them through as quickly as they were available, and you were watching our committee sessions in live session. I'm sure I'm picking up on them as well. So are you now seriously telling us that you've done nothing because you weren't expecting them to come in this way? You weren't expecting to get them early, so you decided to wait later?
No, we haven't said we're doing nothing, Chair, sorry.
Well, we are
engaged. We are keeping in touch, and Tommy and Jared are in regular contact with OLC, for instance. We are keeping Minister advised of the deliberations. We are preparing the ground, but we have not gone to the draftsman and said, start your track changes to this bill, Mr. Draftsman.
How are we to consider a draft that we can't see? How are we meant to make a judgment on that?
But we are gaining sight of where your deliberations are coming from, and many of these things, as in any bill, interact with each other. So until you've finished at least your first run through your provisions, and I think at the moment you're at clause 4, it's hard to see, because the whole thing, it is a bill in its entirety. It's not a series of clauses that are that are separate to each other.
An amendment to one area in this bill could have effect in other areas, and it could have effect in the delivery of this bill. I think it's important to say to the committee, we've structured this bill to deal with mistakes that have been made in other jurisdictions when these bills are made. So, for example, in other jurisdictions, England and Wales and Republic of Ireland, they've recognised the language, but they've done basically much else after that. They haven't put in proper sort of duties on public bodies, or public bodies aren't aware of their duties. There's also a major capacity issue in Northern Ireland in relation to interpreters. So the bill is structured in a way to deal with these factors. First of all, we recognise the language. Second of all, we put the duties on public bodies. Third, we put the guidance in relation to deliverance and to deal with capacity. So it's a work in progress.
Jared, it goes without saying that amendments will change the bill. That's what they are. That's what amendments do. This committee has a responsibility to scrutinise this bill and suggest amendments that we feel, given our scrutiny and given our consultation, that might need to be made. You have indicated that there are areas where you agree with us that there should be amendments made. In order for us to consider whether your amendment meets the committee's objectives, we need to see it.
Well, the amendments we're talking about, particularly that first one, 19 to 25, it's not a major amendment. I mean,
well, sorry, it's not in the drafting. The cost is not it's not minuscule either.
The drafting of it is changing from the age of 19 to 25. So
it's months ago from you acknowledged that was a potentially useful amendment and something you yourselves were considering. Yes. So what have you done since?
Yes, but I mean, putting that amendment forward to the committee, it'll be the same provision with a number change.
But we have modelled, for instance, what we think the cost might be of that increase.
Then why not give us the draft?
The draft, with respect, Chair, the draft will be a track changes to delete two Roman numerals, Arabic numerals 1 and 9, and insert the Arabic numerals 2 and 5. I think the draft is perhaps the least of any of our concerns on that particular example.
I disagree. The draft, what's on the paper, matters with legislation. I don't think we can take it for granted that it'll be okay on the night, to be quite honest.
Okay, and that I accept your comment. At the moment, we have been very clear that we say that we're sympathetic to certain changes, or we understand the logic and rationale, we're minded to support certain changes. Because the whole thing stands as an entirety, we have never been in a position to say absolutely we agree and this will happen or that will happen, or indeed this will not happen or that will not happen.
Committee will come back to that. So another one from me then. We wrote to you following last week's meeting about some papers, including the draft guidance, being submitted before your appearance today alongside your briefing. I appreciate you indicated 4 to 6 weeks for these at your last appearance. So that will be, next week will be week 6. Can you confirm those will be submitted to us by next week, which is week 6?
Yes, we have. Yes, and we are finding the whole process slightly challenging, I must admit, because we are finding 2 or 3 or 4 letters before our process, and I accept some of this is our departmental process, before any letter comes out. So we're getting repeat requests for things that are all in the process within the department as well. I know there's been discussions with the clerk, between clerk and DAERA, just how to streamline that process to make it as effective as possible.
But we will have the guidance by next week.
We will be providing the guidance. I can't speak entirely for the process it will need to go through and clearances in the department, but that is our firm intention.
You have the best practice is the priority, the first start, in the phase of developing the guidance. Now, the committee will be aware the final guidance will be upon enactment, when we can guide on what's actually in the Act. So we are in the process and have been of commissioning the first draft from the British Deaf Association. We've received that, we've circulated that around the other deaf organisations on the Sign Language Partnership Group. We are in the process of collating and embedding their responses. What we will and can send to the committee is the BDA's first draft cut of best practice, and some text around our thoughts, what will be in the guidance for particularly around accessibility, the information and services. The guidance itself is a master copy template, which, as you'll appreciate, will evolve and be added to as time progresses.
Okay, I'm going to come to a final check with members in a minute, but another one that I want to clarify is in relation to Clause 8, regulations under Clause 7. Will they be made under the draft affirmative procedure? Now, I know affirmative and draft affirmative has been used interchangeably in correspondence in relation to this. So can you give us an absolute confirmation that that they will be by draft affirmative as the committee has expressed?
Is this the regulations made under 7?
Yeah.
As according to 8? Yes. It sets out the procedure for making those regulations. If the committee is not happy with that procedure, it has no, but it is affirmative procedure.
Draft affirmative procedure?
I mean, it's procedure for making regulations. Before laying draft regulations under the chapter department is going to be must consult. Regulations on this chapter must be made unless a draft of them has been laid before and approved by a resolution of the Assembly.
What's that, clerk? Sorry.
At 8.3, it just doesn't cite the procedure. So committees asking for clarification that it would be.
I'll take that back to the OLC and we'll look at the way it's drafted. But I can say quite clearly to the committee, the intention is that it's through the affirmative procedure. If that isn't sufficiently covering that, then we'll look at it.
Okay, so Kathy, were you looking in on any of that?
Yeah, it's just clarification on the guidelines. When will we see the draft guidelines?
The best practice with some text around Clause 3 by next week.
Okay.
You'll see there the best practice must be in guidance. So we have the initial cut that we've circulated around deaf organisations of best practice. That will be evolving when we add in the additional comments and amendments from other deaf organisations. We'll then share it with departments.
Okay,
and the final version of that will be embedded in the final version of the guidance upon enactment.
If you could bring the committee's attention, the best practice guidance in Clause 6 is basically what has to go into the guidance. So Clause 6 stipulates what has to go into the guidance. And until we've got this bill made and all assent is made, we can't actually complete the guidance until those conditions are agreed in relation to what actually has to be in the guidance.
But you can still have a draft of it? So
we can work on a draft, but I mean, that is in a draft in the relation to circumstances that haven't been finalised. Until we have the finalised agreement and what has to actually go into the best practice, then we can't actually finalise the best practice at all. So it'll always be a draft way up to that stage. And also, it's a co-design with the deaf community, so it'll be a work in progress right up until that stage. We will never be able to, until this bill has got royal assent, stamp anything that is clearly on this guidance until we actually know what we specifically definitely have to get into it.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but it would be useful, I suppose, so that we could at least see the draft of it. And excuse my maybe ignorance in this, but I've been burnt before around draft guidelines when it's came to other pieces of legislation, and I don't want to fall into that again. Is it normal procedure that you would bundle these amendments and not take it one by one to drafters? That just seems a wee bit strange to me, that you wouldn't be having a back and forth with drafters.
It would depend on the nature of the amendments. I mean, and amending a number from 19 to 25 isn't a major issue, but amending a provision that would take away the whole policy intent of a bill, you would need to go seriously straight back to OLC, to your policymakers, to ministers, to look at stuff like that. But from what we've heard in the commission and in the committee, is that the amendments we're looking at, we may be considering not substantial amendments. We're
I understand why then we are confused as to why there couldn't be this back and forth with drafters so that we can see it if they're not substantial.
We will commit to take away. We know you've got to clause 4, I think, at the moment, so we're only fully signed. You have had another run up to clause 4 compared to what you've had a run on clauses 5 to 14. We recognise the issues that are coming forward. We've talked about some of them this morning. We are in engagement with OLC, so they're aware, but they are saying, until we see the full set of what might change here, you've already referenced something when you've looked at clause 2 that references clause 11, for instance. The same could apply in reverse, that you look at clause 11 and it takes you back to something in clause 2. That's entirely understandable. We don't want a draftsman doing a set of fine amendments to clause 2 to then find something else comes up. You'll appreciate there is an issue of efficacy here as well.
But that would just be a redraft.
Is the word draft not explain that it's a draft, that it can be changed and it can be...
There's time and effort and thought involved in each of those, and indeed the potential for inadvertent material that doesn't work within the whole. We've all been involved in bills that have ended up how none of us would like them, for instance. I do not want this to occur with this one.
So whenever you indicated to us that you were also minded to look at an amendment of that, had you not considered the complications that you're now telling us you've encountered?
On the age?
Yeah.
The amendment to me is a trivial amendment. It's an important amendment, but in the text, it is deleting 2 Roman numerals and inserting 2 others. That hasn't concerned me. The cost, the policy implications, how we get approval for those have concerned me. Moving something, taking the clerk's point about the wording in clause 8 to copper fasten a particular procedure hasn't concerned me, because the draftsman will do that in his or her sleep to get an assembly procedure right and properly reflected in the text of a bill. Some other things where they may intervene across different clauses, yes, they are giving me more cause for thought.
Okay, just finally, can you clarify for me the difference between guidance and best practice? I'm still not clear about the interplay between those, or the difference.
I can tell you something. I mean, this is statutory guidance. You have other areas where the guidance is set out, legislation is made, and guidance follows, but it's not set in statute. This is statutory guidance, so it has more effect than other sort of guidance that you may see run about.
Is that because this is an enabling bill, or is that why it's different?
This bill is much more than an enabling bill. It's much more than an enabling bill. It says this bill it recognises the language, it places a statutory duty in all public bodies, and it sets out how this should be implemented and delivered through the guidance. So the bill is much more in an enabling bill. It puts duties on public bodies, and then it sets out how that should be delivered through guidance and what their responsibilities are, those public bodies. So it's much more an enabling bill, and into that respect.
What's the best practice bit do that the guidance doesn't do?
Well, the best practice, when you're looking at guidance, so the first thing we then do is go to the deaf community and say, what's your best practice to deal with the deaf community? We need to hear from the deaf community how they want to interact and how they feel the best way to interact with public services. So the best practice comes from BDA and how to interact, communicate with the deaf people. And that is then embedded as the backbone of our guidance. Now, then we have our statutory responsibilities that come in above that. But throughout that guidance, it is best practice and how to deal with the deaf community that will lead to improvements. Because we have a capacity issue here. We only have a limited number of interpreters. So when this bill comes in, it's not going to change the world overnight. We're going to have to build capacity in relation to interpreters. And the best way to do that is to have more interpreters trained and into the system, and also best practice through the guidance, so we're using our resources properly, that we're delivering messages out to the deaf community in the best way we can.
I got that, Jared.
So,
I'm going to have to move on. I'm going to have to move on here.
I just wanted to clarify, Chair. Clause 5 requires guidance, statutory guidance. Clause 6 says that guidance is to be best practice guidance. So actually we're talking about the same thing, best practice and guidance. We may have slipped in a shorthand. It is statutory guidance on best practice.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well listen, thank you for your... Andy, go ahead. So Andy then Kelly. Go ahead,
Thanks,
Andy.
Chair, and Kelly can keep me right on this one, because we were committee colleagues during the gambling bill, for example, but just when we were running through the gambling bill, the committee would have fed back our considerations, deliberations, and then officials would have come back and clearly said, yes, ministers agreed that we will take forward this amendment. Now, at that point, we may not have always seen the draft amendment, and we accept that there's a difference of opinion there, but has the minister agreed to take forward all of the amendments that the committee is requesting so far?
We haven't yet seen, there's been a lot of engagement and discussion. I would not be able to hand on heart say I've seen a definitive list of precisely the amendments the committee is thinking of. Some of those you may have shared in these sessions, some you may still be thinking of. If the committee felt able to share, for the avoidance of doubt, a definitive list, Andy, we can say and make sure and advise you fully as to which the Minister has been fully engaged with, which we've mentioned to Minister, which we have not yet taken to Minister.
Ian, we have supplied you with the definitive list from clauses 1 to 4, and you come back today to say that you've no response, no definitive response.
Well, we've given
that's what we've given you on clause 1 to 4. Because of the extent of the bill and the time pressures, we've been providing them.
We've come back with a 10-page letter that issued to the committee
but no draft
yesterday.
Amendment.
It came to the committee from the DAERA yesterday.
Did they have that in their pack?
That is our point-by-point response on everything that you raised in that piece of correspondence.
But still no draft amendment.
If I could just add that was asking for the department's thinking on these things. It wasn't formally commissioning consideration of amendments. Perhaps we could do that. And at that point we can address these formally with OLC, with Minister, with the Executive. And going back to the point...
Sorry, Tommy, could I just say, on some of them, the department's view is we wouldn't support an amendment in certain areas, so I assume we're not being sought as to what a text of an amendment they would look like, because we're providing rationale as to why we don't think that amendment would achieve what the committee is seeking to achieve.
We haven't discussed that yet.
So and I recognise the material only came yesterday, Kelly, so...
And we know the committee's thinking, but we haven't yet been formally commissioned with your list of amendments that you would like to see added, or at least considered by Minister, the Executive, and OLC.
In relation to age, we have indicated that clearly in relation to the groups being added on and that. But anyway, I'm going to come to Kelly.
I want to go back to actually the response that you guys have provided. So to go to 2.1, where we had suggested about removing after promote, that is to such extent and in such manner as the department considers appropriate. To be honest, I'm behind the removal of that because I don't think the department is appropriate to make decisions on what promote should be without deaf people. So if that was amended, I know you've said you're not going to do the amendment to remove that, but if you were to update that to say that the department must, along with the deaf community or advice from the deaf community, promote, then that might be different. But I'm sorry guys, I don't think that the civil service as a government department should be taking or making that decision. When I've asked people from the deaf community about what promote means, it's TV, it's things in cinemas, it's billboards, it's how you promote it. What you're thinking is and what they're thinking is two completely different things, and that's why I thought that the that wording to such an extent and such a manner as the department considers appropriate was appropriate to be in that. So I'll ask you if there's any way that you might consider that. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was the term promote, and like the Deputy Chair, I have been burned on departments saying promote and not defining what that means, and it leaves people very disappointed afterwards, because unless it's spelled out, as the Chair has said, in writing, in a bill, you may as well not have it. Promotion is ensuring the availability of classes, is not promoting deaf culture. Because the classes are going to teach sign language, not culture. Do you know anything about music and deaf people?
This is a sign language bill. It's not a deaf community bill. I think we have to make sure the virus of the bill, the scope of the bill is about sign language. It's not about all aspects of deaf culture.
Okay, I just say on clause 2, it doesn't state that the definition of promoting it is merely making the classes available. There's other elements as well.
I'm saying it does.
Yeah, but it
does.
I mean, if you look at the back catalogue, I mean, one of the reasons then we're continually told by deaf organisations, including the BDA, that they have encouraged, we had an email from Cabinet Office, that at the conference in Birmingham for the BDA in the summer, that they were encouraged to look what's happening in Northern Ireland, because we do things totally differently and better, and a lot of that has been driven by the department, including getting us to this stage, including even working with the committee clerk team in setting up the bridge in the gap. And we've also, as regards promotion and out-of-the-box promotion, if I may address that, there's a Francis McGinn play being developed from C21 Theatre Group.
Paula, could you say that again? I didn't pick that up.
Yeah, there is a play on Francis McGinn, the founder of the BDA. It's been drafted and developed and put on by C21 Theatre Group. Paula Clark, who is a very well-known local deaf actor, is part of that. We are supporting funding for that, and as part of that, we've agreed that we will film a video introduction ahead for audiences, highlight...
Sorry, I'm going to cut it again. So I appreciate that. We have acknowledged the work you've done on the bill and bringing the bill to this stage, and that it is seen as an exemplar. We're dealing with the detail of the bill now, as a committee. Yep. And that's the detail that we're trying to thread into.
We're saying it doesn't stipulate it's just classes, and we're aware of that. But again, as we've referenced there, perhaps if that is an amendment that you're seeking, add that to the list and write formally commission.
It's that definition of promote, because as you can appreciate, the deaf community, and they say it time and time again, written English is not their first language. So unless it's clearly spelled out, whether it's in the AFM or on the bill, I'd prefer it to be on the bill, what the definition of promotion is, because I think that we are leading people up a garden path here in an expectation that's not going to be delivered.
We haven't heard that as directly in our multitudinous engagement with the deaf community, but I absolutely accept that you're hearing that.
I have to say that where the deaf community is mentioned, and it reads across to clause 11 that you've responded to, I'm sorry, I don't agree with it. And the reason why I don't agree with it is because while this is the sign language bill, the opportunity to decrease social isolation for older people living in nursing homes or home alone that have lost their hearing through age, illness, whatever that may be. If we're not including them in the deaf community, then we're not going to do anything to take that out of a problem that has already started to become really massive for Northern Ireland. So when there's a lot of work being done for children, it's my concern is that 11 is not wide enough. Is there any way that could be extended so that the deaf community, for the purposes of the sign language bill, will include people who need to learn sign language, not use it, but need to learn sign language in order to have an effective, inclusive part of life here, because they've lost their hearing?
So can I just go back to your previous point, if I may, Chair? The department hasn't said yes or no to any. We've debated. We have not said yes to any amendment. Neither have we said no to any proposed amendment. We have given a view. I won't open back up the point. Ultimately, any amendment is in the gift of the members voting in the chamber, not the department. On the definition of the deaf community, I would stress again, this is a sign language bill. It's not about deaf culture more generally, although there's a Venn diagram where those things overlap. Extension of the definition of the deaf community in clause 11 is a fundamental policy matter. That certainly would need to wash through the executive. I couldn't make that decision. I don't think my minister can make that decision. And it would have profound impacts on the scale of supply infrastructure that's required on costs, etc., it may look like a small number of words adding a sub clause to a bill. It would have a profound impact.
But also to make you aware, a judicial review based on age discrimination. So let's just keep that in mind as well, because if you're going to discriminate and say that a 60-year-old person that doesn't have a child is not allowed to go to these classes because they don't have the connection, as is mentioned in section 2, clause 2, then I think, to be honest, there will be people looking at it and going, hold on a minute guys, you've written a bill that's only going to be for families that have a child that's deaf. What about somebody who becomes deaf?
You're suggesting that there's an element of discrimination within and that would be on age?
It would be on the fact that the definition that's used here of the deaf community is only on people that currently use sign language.
Well, the definition is actually the people who use sign language as their first language. That's the definition. Sign
language can be used by someone who's lost their hearing. They may not be born deaf, but they may not have hearing later.
First language wouldn't be sign language in those circumstances.
So I'm in the deaf community. I take out my hearing aids. I can talk to you. I can't hear a word you're saying. So I need you to speak to me in sign language, but I won't be able to go to the classes.
You don't understand sign language?
I understand some, because I have gone out of my way to go and learn it, because I know that my hearing will go completely. I have grown up with speech, but the whole point is the deaf community and not understanding who we are. You're leaving out part of the deaf community in this definition. You're assuming that you're only deaf because you speak sign.
We're not. I mean, this was co-designed, but bear in mind that this bill, and we've explained previously, the reason for the prioritisation for families with deaf children is to tackle language deprivation within the family home and to safeguard the future of the deaf community through who use sign.
Yeah. So I'm saying to you, there's a whole group of people out there who are older people who have lost their hearing through age, illness, disability, who need to use sign, and they're being completely isolated and they're not being offered any access to the classes.
That doesn't mean, our view would be that doesn't necessarily have to be dealt with through primary legislation. There are, for example, you have sensory deprivation within the Department of Health who deal with people who become deafened, and that would be an issue for them to consider. That if you become deafened, in fact,
this is the sign language bill, and
yes.
It says here that you've said that on that the last one I was just talking to you about, that as the department considers appropriate, that must stay in, or it should stay in. This is the problem that I have, because the Department of Health don't have to take anything out of this bill. You're only giving them guidance. The other thing I was going to say is on the guidance piece, just going back to that one, the best practice to be in guidance, the guidance under this chapter is to give advice on. Surely it would be better placed to say the guidance under this chapter, so it's clause 6, is that public organisations, whatever, must consider to make it up, because having a statutory guidance, they can all turn round because of clause 3 and say I can't afford it.
You have due regard, I can bring you back to the due regard and how that, so all of regard, and we're looking at due regard, but all public bodies must have due regard. To the guidance, right? If they ignore it, they've broke their statutory responsibilities.
But they've got the get out of jail clause on clause 3b, where it says nothing in this section implies that a prescribed organisation are prevented from taking into account matters of affordability to them.
No, that's not a get out of jail clause. I mean, if the guidance, you have to follow the guidance. So if you haven't done a slab, you haven't looked at practicability, reasonability, affordability, you haven't done all of those, then you haven't followed your statutory obligations.
At the end of it, but you can turn around and go, that's all well and good, but we can't afford it.
If you can justify that decision, having gone through the reasonable, practical and affordable, yes, of course, because there will be instances where a request is just unaffordable. And we have to be pragmatic. We can't make legislation where we leave affordability out of legislation. We have to be pragmatic.
If anybody else comes to this building and can't get into it because they're a wheelchair user, a ramp is put in, so not providing translation.
With the legislation.
So that's what I was going to say. Actually, there's no consequential amendments have been mentioned here at all.
No, because this bill has nothing to do with disability. There's no mention of disability or impairment in this bill. We remember this bill is a cultural and language bill. And actually, to bring the elements of disability into this bill undermines the bill. Because we're talking about a deaf community here who are using sign language. Elements of disability impairment.
So when you say that affordability, so somebody who's deaf who wants to go in and have a baby in a hospital, and the trust turns around and says, well, we've done our slap, we've got it all there, but we can't afford this.
No, it's a can I just at that point, there is a contract in place already from Health and Social Care Trust. The Regional Communication Support Service provides for that. But if I could give a practical example of affordability, if a deaf signer, BSL or SL, says, I want, the Assembly Commission will be listed as a prescribed organisation, I want the Assembly's website translated into BSL, SL within 3 months. You have to consider, is that a reasonable request? Is it practicable? Are there enough interpreters? There aren't enough deaf translators, so we'd probably fall to interpreters, of which there aren't enough, and it would cost tens of thousands of pounds. How many pages are there on the website?
But are you saying then that a deaf person isn't entitled to know the workings of their government?
No, the bill says all of these factors have to be taken into account.
It's balanced.
And a balance
that you are
reached.
leaving deaf people out of Disability Discrimination Act. To be honest, it's staggering.
No, the deaf community, in terms of disability, are included in a number of pieces of legislation already, as are people with all sorts of other disabilities.
Can I ask then on that clause 3 2b how that ties in with the public body not providing whatever it is they're not providing because they can't afford it?
Interpreters are one thing. I mean, the bill refers to more than interpreters, and we're looking at models, and we've said before, on how to deliver interpreting in a more centralised and easy to use function for deaf people. There will be other considerations around workforce planning. Do we, for example, train classroom assistants who are fluent in BSL, ISL? Is it practicable at the minute? No, it may take time. That's why, and you'll see in the form of words we're given, that full documentation must be kept by prescribed organisations if they're refusing a request that is reasonable for access. The example I gave is, and I bring you into conversations with the deaf organisations. The BDA met on Monday, are saying we would like to see over time the evolution of access to websites. We appreciate it's just not practicable to do it now, but maybe an organisation could, like we have, interrogated our top 10 requests for information and provide for that. But I think it's pragmatic to include that in the round. Yeah. Consider, is it reasonable? Consider, is it practicable? Consider, is it affordable?
So can I ask you then, I don't believe that this bill, once it gets royal assent, takes effect like that. So why under clause 9, when it talks about publishing 5 yearly reports, why does it not say anywhere here, we expect all public bodies to have taken cognizance of the Act, and by the first 5 yearly report will have their action plans in place. And I think the deaf community and the people who I've spoken to a lot about this have said they don't expect it overnight. I don't think after 5 years any government department, trust, public body that turns around and says that they can't afford something knowing that it was an act that came in 5 years before would be given any credence in a court. So I think we take that affordability piece and we just go, that's a load of bunkum, because this bill already in the first part of clause 3 asked them to take all reasonable steps. So spelling out that affordability on the face of the bills, I have difficulty with that. But
can I just, in relation to Kelly, if you just come in there, please. In relation to all of that discussion, without the opportunity for us to review best practice and guidance, how can the committee possibly understand the bill in full without having those?
And we will bring you, and we've committed, subject to the approvals piece, we will bring you what we have. The guidance is required by the bill itself to be explored by every prescribed organisation before it's finalised. We haven't yet commenced the legislation to prescribe organisations to allow them to review the content. We're doing an awful lot informally in advance with the Sign Language Partnership Group, which is a vibrant group forum for both government departments and the deaf community to explore these issues and unpack these issues in parallel with the scrutiny, the detailed scrutiny of the legislation. But the idea of removing the affordability clause is a profound policy matter which will need to go to the executive, and the parties in the executive will need to determine their position on it.
Right, and I just be clear, I'm not asking for you to remove affordability. I just think that clause 3.1, where it says every prescribed organisation must take all reasonable steps, already includes affordability. I don't understand under clause 3.2b why it has to be spelled out in the way that it is, because to me that's flagging to somebody, use this to get out of jail.
There are two elements there, and it is explicitly referenced as for the avoidance of doubt. One is copper fastening the no extra cost to a member of the deaf community. And the second is the affordability question. And they are for the avoidance of doubt, providing further detail on the elements in 3.1.
I think it'd just be better. I prefer clean legislation. 3.1 could be A, B, C, with the 2A being used, and forget about the B because it's already covered under 3.1.
That would be a matter that the executive will have to consider. The parties here are representing the executive.
Listen, we're going to have to move on here. We have clauses, further clauses to consider. I cannot understand now at this point, is it the communities departments bringing forward this bill to the executive? Because that's not the way it works. What the way, in my understanding, it works is if the department are agreeing, after our consideration, what you've heard from committee and the evidence we have taken, that there are potential amendments that you will make, then we need to see those amendments, and we then decide whether we wish to take further amendments. And those go to the Assembly, but the department can amend the bill before it comes back to the Assembly, and that's the process we're trying to get.
Okay, I will take that point away. Previous bills I brought through committee have all required anything of substance beyond the typographic has required to be an executive amendment to the Speaker or to the House, not a departmental
okay, well, we'll have to
but we will take that point away and copper fasten it.
It's an executive amendment. It's the minister would lead it, but would have executive approval.
Yes.
But it wouldn't be an executive amendment. It would be a ministerial amendment.
Sorry, no, you're right, Andy. But any minister couldn't stand up and propose an official amendment, let's call it then, to a bill at any stage in the chamber without executive approval as appropriate.
Yeah, I think we're arguing semantics. That's all window dressing behind the scenes that goes on regularly.
Okay, listen, thank you for your attendance today. I think we've probably more questions than answers, to be quite honest, and we're conscious of time, but I thank you for attending today, and we'll be back to you in due course. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get there.
Okay, members, so we're any follow-up actions, members, briefly in relation to that, and then I'm going to come on to the next session. So. Well, can I ask then, members, as our next agenda item is bill deliberations for clauses 5 to 8 of the Sign Language Bill, I propose that this meeting move into closed session. Are members agreed?
Agreed.
Yep, okay, thank you. Take a wee quick break there, members.
Committee Room 29, sound. 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 Committee Room 29, Sound.
Okay.
Where have you got? Should I not ask you to read into the record? 2, 3, 4, 5.
We're in live.
Okay, members of Council is back in broadcasting, and can I ask the clerk then to summarise the decisions that the committee have agreed in relation to clause 5?
Yeah, so committee has agreed to write back to the department in relation to its deliberations on clause 5 of the bill, asking for clarification in relation to 5.1b1 on the use of the word or between British Sign Language or Irish Sign Language, and in relation to 5.3b that the phrase "at least one person" be extended, and we've asked the bill clerk to go away and look at extending this to individuals and groups who are representative of the deaf community in line with the definition of deaf community as in clause 11.
Yeah, agreed, members.
And that both languages ISL and BSL are included in that.
Members agreed.
Thank
And
you.
is that everything, Clerk? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, members. So just to pick up then on the remaining items on our agenda,
Page 39.
Okay. So, agenda item 13 is our forward work programme, a copy of page 708. Do members have any comments or content to note the forward work programme?
Yeah, content to read.
And members have agreed that we will look at an additional session to look at further clauses.
Mm-hmm.
Agenda item 14, any other business? Do members have any other business they wish to raise? No, thank you. So agenda item 15, date, time and location of our next next meeting is 10 a.m. At this point, 10 a.m. on Thursday, 4th of December 2025 in the Skianos Centre, subject to additional meeting being advised to members by return. So this meeting is now adjourned, and thank you.
Committee Room 29, Sound. Committee Room 29, Sound. Committee Room 29, Sound.